Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Story 1. The last match extinguished, leaving a wisp of smoke curling upwards into the dense air. My fingertips brushed against the wooden desk, tracing the grooves that seemed deeper than before. The silence pressed closely, more palpable than ever, as if holding its breath. The room felt barren yet thick with whispers I couldn't quite hear. I glanced towards the curtained window, expecting nothing. Yet in that moment the shadows seemed alive, shifting slightly as if they held secrets waiting to unravel. I've been sitting here for hours now, trying to piece together what happened that night. The events feel crystal clear in my mind, yet something gnaws at the edges of my certainty. It's like looking at a photograph that's slightly out of focus. You can make out the shapes, but the details blur when you try to examine them too closely. Let me start with what I know happened, what I'm certain happened. She came to my door around 9 in the evening, her face flushed from the cold wind that had been rattling windows all day. I remember the way her coat dripped onto my hardwood floor, forming small puddles that caught the lamplight. She seemed agitated, kept glancing over her shoulder as if expecting someone to follow her up the stairs to my apartment. "I need to tell you something," she said, unwrapping the scarf from around her neck. Her fingers trembled slightly, but I attributed that to the weather, about what we discussed last week. I offered her tea, which she accepted gratefully. The kettle's whistle filled the silence between us as I prepared 2 cups, adding honey to hers the way she liked it. When I returned to the living room, she was standing by the bookshelf, running her finger along the spines of my collection. She always did that when she was nervous. "He knows," she said without turning around, "about the money, about everything." The conversation that followed lasted nearly 2 hours. She explained how she discovered the discrepancies in the accounts, how she traced the missing funds back to their source. Her voice remained steady throughout, methodical even, as if she'd rehearsed these revelations. She showed me documents, bank statements, receipts, emails printed on crisp white paper that crackled when she unfolded them. "What are you going to do?" I asked. "I have to report it. You understand that, don't you?" I nodded, though something cold settled in my stomach. The implications were clear. Careers would end. Reputations would crumble. Lives would change irrevocably. She left around 11, bundling herself back into her coat and scarf. I watched from my window as she walked to her car, her footsteps echoing in the empty street. The tail lights of her sedan disappeared around the corner, leaving only the yellow glow of street lamps and the persistent wind. That was the last time I saw her. But even as I tell you this version, this logical, sequential account, my skin prickles with unease. There are details that don't align, sensations that contradict my own narrative. The smell, for instance. I remember the scent of rain and cold air when she entered, but underneath that was something else. Something metallic and sharp that made my nostrils flare involuntarily. And her coat, I said it was dripping, but now I recall the fabric looked dry in places, as if she'd been somewhere warm before coming to see me. Then there's the matter of the tea. I'm certain I made 2 cups, certain she drank hers while we talked. Yet when I cleaned up afterward, I found only 1 cup in the sink. Mine. The other sat untouched on the coffee table, a thin film forming on its surface. The documents she showed me, those crisp white papers, I remember them clearly. But when I try to recall specific numbers, specific names, my mind goes blank. It's as if the information simply evaporated the moment she refolded them and tucked them back into her purse. Sleep has been elusive since that night. When I do manage to drift off, I'm plagued by fragments that feel more like memories than dreams. In these visions, the evening unfolds differently. She arrives, yes, but she's not alone. There's a shadow behind her, a presence that never quite materializes but fills the doorway with menace. Her face isn't flushed from cold, it's pale, drained of color, and her eyes dart not toward the street but toward the corners of my apartment, as if searching for escape routes. In this other version, she doesn't remove her coat. She stands just inside the threshold, water pooling at her feet, but the liquid looks darker than rainwater. When she speaks, her voice cracks. "I can't do this anymore," she whispers. "I thought I could, but I can't." "Can't do what?" I ask, though in this version, I already know the answer. "Keep lying, keep pretending I don't know what you've done." The conversation that follows is nothing like the methodical discussion I described earlier. It's fragmented, desperate. She speaks in half sentences, her words tumbling over each other. There are no documents, no evidence spread across my coffee table. Instead, she clutches her purse against her chest like a shield. "I have copies," she says, "everything if something happens to me." Nothing's going to happen to you, but the voice that speaks these words doesn't sound like mine. It's colder, more calculated. "You don't understand. They know I know, and they know you know I know." The room grows smaller in this version, the walls pressing inward. The shadows I glimpsed earlier seem to writhe and pulse with their own life. The air becomes thick, almost suffocating. She backs toward the door, her hand fumbling for the handle. "I shouldn't have come here. This was a mistake." "You can't leave, not now." But she does leave, or tries to. The door opens and cold air rushes in, carrying with it the scent of rain and something else, something that makes my stomach clench with recognition. Then the fragments scatter, leaving me grasping at wisps of memory that dissolve the moment I try to examine them. I've been reading the news obsessively, searching for any mention of her name, any indication of what became of her after that night. But there's nothing. It's as if she simply vanished into the storm. Yesterday I received a phone call. The voice was unfamiliar, muffled, as if the speaker was deliberately disguising their identity. "She never made it home," the voice said. "Who is this? What are you talking about?" "You know exactly what I'm talking about. The question is, what are you going to do about it?" The line went dead before I could respond. I've been replaying that conversation, analyzing every word, every inflection. But like everything else from that night, the details shift when I try to pin them down. Did the caller say she never made it home, or did they say she never left? Was the voice disguised, or was it simply distorted by a poor connection? My certainty crumbles a little more each day. This morning I found something that shouldn't be there. Tucked between the pages of a book I hadn't touched in weeks was a piece of paper not crisp and white like the documents she showed me, but yellowed and worn as if it had been hidden there for months. The writing on it was barely legible, but I could make out fragments: account transfer, final payment, and at the bottom, what looked like my own signature. I don't remember signing anything. I don't remember writing those words, yet the handwriting is unmistakably mine. The grooves in my wooden desk seem to spell out messages when I run my fingers across them. The shadows by the window shift and dance even when there's no wind to move the curtains. The silence in my apartment has weight now, pressing down on me with the force of unspoken truths. I keep returning to that moment when she stood by my bookshelf, her finger tracing the spines of my collection. In my first version of events, she was nervous, seeking comfort in a familiar gesture. But now I remember something else, the way her finger stopped on one particular book, the way she pressed against it as if testing whether it would move. That book sits differently on the shelf now, slightly askew as if someone has removed it and replaced it carelessly. When I pulled it out yesterday, something fell from between its pages, a key I didn't recognize, small and brass, worn smooth by handling. I don't know what it opens, I don't know why she would have hidden it there, but its presence suggests a level of premeditation that contradicts everything I thought I knew about that night. The phone has rung several more times since that first call, but when I answer, there's only silence on the other end. Not the silence of an empty line, but the silence of someone listening, waiting, breathing quietly into the receiver. I've started keeping the curtains drawn. The shadows seem less active when they're contained, less likely to shift and writhe at the periphery of my vision. But even in the artificial twilight of my apartment, I can feel eyes watching me, evaluating my every movement. The smell has returned too, that metallic sharpness I noticed the night she visited. Its strongest near the front door, where she stood dripping onto my hardwood floor. I've scrubbed those boards repeatedly, but the scent lingers, seeming to emanate from the wood itself. Sometimes I catch myself having conversations with her as if she never left that night. I'll turn to ask her a question about the documents she showed me, only to find empty air where she should be standing. The words die in my throat, but the impulse remains, suggesting a familiarity that extends beyond our professional relationship. How well did I really know her? How well did she know me? The questions multiply faster than I can answer them, breeding in the shadows of my apartment like living things. Each answer I grasp dissolves the moment I examine it closely, leaving me with nothing but the lingering taste of uncertainty. I've been thinking about calling the police, but what would I tell them? That someone visited me and then disappeared. That I'm receiving mysterious phone calls, that I found a key hidden in my bookshelf. None of it amounts to evidence of anything concrete. And there's something else, something that stops me from picking up the phone. A growing suspicion that I'm not the victim in this scenario, that I'm not the one who needs protection. The brass key sits on my desk now, catching what little light filters through the drawn curtains. It's heavier than it looks, substantial in a way that suggests importance, but importance to whom and for what purpose? Last night I dreamed I was using it. In the dream, it opened a door I'd never seen before, revealing a room filled with documents, not the crisp white paper she showed me, but yellowed sheets covered in my own handwriting. Confessions, perhaps, or instructions. The words swam before my eyes, refusing to come into focus. When I woke, my fingers were stained with ink, though I hadn't touched a pen in days. The boundaries between what I remember and what I've imagined are dissolving. Each time I try to reconstruct that night, new details emerge while others fade away. She was nervous, then she was terrified. She showed me evidence, then she accused me of crimes. She left safely, then she disappeared into the storm. All of these versions feel equally true and equally false. I can hear footsteps in the hallway outside my apartment, slow and deliberate, stopping just outside my door. They come at the same time each night, lingering for several minutes before moving on. I've looked through the peephole, but the hallway is always empty. Yet the footsteps are real, I can feel their vibrations through the floorboards, can hear the slight creak of old wood under weight. Someone is there, even when no one is there. The phone rings again as I write this, its shrill tone cutting through the oppressive silence. I let it ring, counting the intervals, waiting for it to stop, but it doesn't stop. It continues ringing, insistent and demanding, until I finally surrender and lift the receiver. Hello. Silence, but not empty silence. The silence of held breath, of careful listening. I know you're there, I say. A soft click and the line goes dead. I set the receiver down with trembling hands and return to my desk, to these grooves that seem to grow deeper each time I trace them. The match I lit hours ago has long since burned out, but the smell of sulfur lingers in the air, mixing with that persistent metallic scent. The truth is somewhere in this maze of contradictions, but I'm no longer certain I want to find it. Some secrets are meant to remain hidden, some doors are meant to stay locked. The brass key gleams in the dim light, waiting for me to decide whether I have the courage to discover what it opens. Or perhaps the more pressing question is whether I have the courage to confront what I already know it reveals. The shadows continue their silent dance, and I continue to watch them, knowing that somewhere in their shifting patterns lies the answer to what really happened that night. But answers, I'm learning, are not always the same as truth. And truth, it seems, is the one thing that remains forever just beyond my reach. Story 2. The doorbell gave no sound this evening. I pressed it again harder, but the silence persisted as though the world outside had swallowed the chime. My footsteps echoed strangely on the pathway, each step muffled, while the garden lights flickered without illuminating anything beneath them. The air around the door felt dense, like it held a secret I wasn't meant to discover. The key in my hand felt foreign for a moment, unwilling to align with the lock's promise of entry. When the door yielded, it moved with a reluctance uncommon in familiar places. Inside, the carpet seemed to swallow my footfalls, leaving no trace of my passage. There was no tick of the clock or hum from appliances, only a stillness that mocked my presence. With each step forward, the hallway stretched further into uncertainty, a lingering doubt hanging in the air, questioning what should be familiar. I keep coming back to that smell, sweet and metallic, like copper pennies left in sugar water. It clings to my memory the way smoke clings to fabric, persistent and unwelcome. I know I've encountered it before, but when I try to place it, my mind slides away like water off glass. The photographs are wrong somehow. I discovered this while cleaning, though I can't remember deciding to clean. The frames sit in their usual places, but the faces inside seem different. Not physically different, just wearing expressions I don't recognize. Smiles that don't reach the eyes. Poses that suggest someone was directing from behind the camera, telling them how to stand, where to look. You never remember the important things, someone said once. The voice echoes in my head, but I can't attach it to a face. Was it said to me or by me? The words feel familiar in my mouth when I whisper them aloud to the empty rooms. There was a conversation about keys. I remember fragments of it like shards of broken glass, each piece reflecting something different. Someone was worried about who had copies. Someone else said it didn't matter anymore. The words hung in the air between them like a bridge neither wanted to cross. The basement door stays locked now. I tell myself it's always been that way, but my hand knows the shape of the handle. My fingers remember the weight of it turning, the particular creak of the hinges. Sometimes I stand at the top of the stairs and listen to the silence below, wondering what I'm afraid to find. I've been drawing the same symbol over and over without realizing it. Margins of books, condensation on windows, the dust on forgotten surfaces. It looks like two crescents facing each other, almost touching but never quite meeting. When I notice what I've done, I erase it quickly, but the shape haunts the edges of my vision. The neighbors used to wave, I'm certain of this, though I can't picture their faces clearly. Now they turn away when I pass, or maybe they were always turning away and I'm only noticing now. Their windows stay dark even when I know they're home. Their gardens grow wild while mine remains meticulously maintained by hands I don't remember directing. It was always going to end this way, the voice in my memory insists, but end what and which way? The statement feels heavy with meaning I can't access, like trying to read a book through frosted glass. The mail has been accumulating, letters with return addresses I should recognize but don't, bills for services I don't remember using, invitations to events that have already passed. I sort through them mechanically, but the words blur together until they're just patterns of black ink on white paper. There's a room upstairs I avoid without thinking about it. The door stands slightly ajar, revealing nothing but shadows that seem too deep for the space they occupy. Sometimes I hear sounds from within, soft scraping or muffled movement, but when I pause to listen more carefully, there's only silence. The copper penny smell grows stronger near certain objects, a particular chair in the living room, the telephone that never rings anymore, a coat hanging in a closet that I don't remember owning but fits me perfectly. These things pulse with significance I can't decode, like words in a language I've forgotten how to speak. I found a note in my own handwriting that I don't remember writing. It says simply, "They know what you did." The paper is creased as if it's been folded and unfolded many times, worried between fingers seeking answers it can't provide. I've hidden it in different places throughout the house, but it always finds its way back to the kitchen counter. The mirrors reflect everything except my eyes. I notice this gradually, the way you notice a headache building. My reflection moves when I move, smiles when I smile, but the eyes remain flat and empty, like windows in an abandoned house. I've taken to avoiding them, but reflective surfaces are everywhere once you start looking. Someone used to sit in the chair by the window. The cushion still holds the impression of their weight, a shallow depression that never quite springs back. I've tried sitting there myself, but the shape doesn't match my body. It's made for someone taller, heavier, someone who favored their left side and crossed their legs at the ankle. You have to remember, I tell myself, but the words feel borrowed, like I'm reciting lines from someone else's play. The harder I try to grasp the memories, the more they slip away, leaving only the sensation of loss and the growing certainty that forgetting was intentional. The phone book has pages torn out, specific pages, not random damage. Someone removed particular entries with surgical precision, leaving ragged edges that catch my fingertips when I flip through what remains. The gaps feel purposeful, like a code written in absence. I keep finding myself in rooms with no memory of entering them. The bathroom at odd hours, the kitchen in the middle of conversations with no one, the hallway facing the locked basement door with my hand on the handle. These moments of displacement feel like waking from dreams I can't remember having. The garden grows things I didn't plant, strange flowers with petals that feel waxy to the touch and emit that same copper penny sweetness. They bloom in perfect rows despite the wild appearance of everything around them, as if following instructions I never gave. When I try to pull them up, the roots go deeper than seems possible. There are photographs missing from the albums. I know this because of the mounting corners left behind, 4 small triangles of paper marking where memories used to live. The remaining pictures seem to lean toward these empty spaces, as if drawn by the absence, what was important enough to remove but not destroy completely. The voice in my memory grows more insistent. You chose this, it says, and I want to argue but can't form the words. Chose what, when? The accusation sits in my chest like a stone, heavy with implications I can't unpack. I've started leaving myself notes, but they disappear before I can act on them. Reminders written in my own hand vanish from countertops and mirrors, leaving only the faint impression of pen pressure on the surfaces below. Someone is editing my attempts at remembering, but the editor might be me. The basement door is warm to the touch now, not hot, just warm like skin with fever. The lock looks newer than I remember, shinier, as if recently installed. But by whom? And why don't I remember the locksmith coming, the sound of drilling, the conversation about what needed protecting? The copper penny smell has a source. I know this with the certainty of someone who has found it before and chosen to forget. It's connected to the missing photographs, the torn phone book pages, the impression in the chair by the window. All roads lead to the same destination, but I keep taking detours, avoiding the direct path. They're going to figure it out eventually, the memory voice warns, and my hands shake without permission. Figure what out? Who are they? But even as I form these questions, part of me already knows the answers. The knowing sits behind my conscious thoughts like a shadow, present but undefined. The house settles differently now, creaking in patterns that sound almost like communication. The walls seem to whisper when I'm not quite listening, falling silent the moment I try to focus on their words. Sometimes I catch myself whispering back, carrying on conversations I can't remember starting. I found a key that doesn't match any lock I can find. It's old brass, worn smooth by countless turnings, warm from being carried in someone's pocket. It feels significant in my palm, heavy with purpose, but every door I try remains stubbornly foreign to its touch. What does it open? What did it used to open? The neighbor's avoidance makes sense now, though I can't articulate why. They know something I've forgotten, carry knowledge I've buried so deep it's become archaeology. Their turned backs and darkened windows aren't random coincidences, but calculated responses to something I represent. The missing person flyers started appearing on telephone poles throughout the neighborhood. The face is partially obscured by weather and time, but something about the eyes seems familiar. Not the shape or color, but the expression. A look of trust, of someone who believed they were safe right up until they weren't. I keep returning to that evening, the silent doorbell, the reluctant key. But now I wonder if I was coming home or leaving, if the familiarity I expected was real or imagined, if the house welcomed me back or simply couldn't keep me out any longer. The copper penny smell clings to my clothes now, follows me from room to room like a faithful pet. I've grown accustomed to it, the way you grow accustomed to tinnitus or chronic pain. It's become part of my atmosphere, my personal weather system. The basement door stands open. I don't remember unlocking it, don't recall the decision to descend those stairs. But here I am in this space that smells of earth and metal and something sweet that makes my teeth ache. The walls are lined with things I recognize but can't name, objects that pulse with significance like a heartbeat made visible. The photographs are here, the missing pages, the answers to questions I was afraid to ask. They're arranged like an exhibition, telling a story I authored but refused to read. Each piece fits with the others, creating a narrative so clear it's impossible to misunderstand. The voice in my memory wasn't a memory at all. I climb the stairs slowly, each step deliberate. The house feels different now, not because it has changed, but because I have. The familiar rooms wear their secrets openly, no longer bothering to hide what I was determined not to see. The doorbell gives no sound this evening, but now I understand why. Some sounds are too dangerous to make, too likely to draw attention to doors that should remain closed. The silence isn't broken but protective, wrapping around truths that are safer left undisturbed. I press it again anyway, harder this time, listening to the nothing that follows. The copper penny smell rises around me like incense, and I know with terrible clarity that some mysteries are better left unsolved. Some memories are buried for good reason. The key in my hand feels familiar now, eager to align with locks that were always meant for me. Story 3. The weight of small things. It wasn't the first time the alarm failed to chime. The screen remained blank, a faint reminder of yet another oversight. I noted the curtain's slight sway, an inch off from where it usually rested after I closed it. The coffee pot still dripped hours after it should have stopped, a gentle rhythm in the quiet kitchen. Nothing seemed amiss, but the list of unfinished tasks continued to grow. The door to the study stood ajar, revealing shadows crossing into familiar territory. I hadn't the inclination to close it properly. It seemed best to leave it be. The manila folder on my desk bore coffee stains from weeks past. Inside, photographs stared back at me with the kind of clarity that made everything else feel blurred. A woman's purse, contents scattered across concrete, keys that caught streetlight. A single shoe, heel broken, lying several feet from where logic suggested it should be. I'd been assigned this case because nobody else wanted it. Missing persons files have a way of collecting dust, especially when the missing person has a history of disappearing. The sergeant's words still echoed in my mind. She's done this before, probably just needed space again. But the shoe bothered me. The heel wasn't worn down from use. It was snapped clean, as if twisted with considerable force. The missing woman worked at a diner on the edge of town. Her manager, a thin man with nervous hands, described her as reliable until she wasn't. She showed up every shift for months, then just stopped coming. No call, no explanation. His fingers drummed against the counter as he spoke, leaving small smudges on the stainless steel surface. I asked about her regular customers, anyone who might have taken special interest in her. He mentioned a few names, but one stood out. There was this guy who always sat in her section, real quiet type, always ordered the same thing, always left exact change, never saw him talk to anyone else. The description was vague enough to fit half the men in town, but specific enough to feel important. Tall, dark jacket, usually carried a worn leather briefcase. The manager remembered him because of his habit of staying long after finishing his meal, nursing a single cup of coffee while watching the parking lot through the window. I visited the diner during what would have been her usual shift. The replacement waitress, barely old enough to serve alcohol, moved with the uncertain steps of someone still learning the rhythm of the job. She'd never met the missing woman, but other staff members had stories. She was saving money for something, one of the cooks told me during his smoke break. The cigarette trembled between his fingers as he spoke. Always picking up extra shifts, never spent money on herself, said she had plans. Plans, the word felt heavy with possibility and dread. Her apartment building stood 3 stories tall, brick facade weathered by seasons of neglect. The landlord met me at the entrance, keys jingling with excessive enthusiasm. Rents paid through the end of the month, he explained as we climbed narrow stairs. After that, I'll have to clear it out. The apartment smelled of vanilla candles and something else, something I couldn't immediately identify. Sweet, but with an underlying sharpness that made me breathe through my mouth. Her belongings were arranged with careful precision. Books aligned perfectly on shelves, clothes hung in order by color and season. This wasn't the apartment of someone planning to disappear suddenly. But her suitcase was missing. The landlord mentioned seeing her with it once, a blue case with wheels that squeaked when she pulled it across the lobby floor. Her toothbrush was gone from the bathroom, along with the small bottles of shampoo and soap that typically traveled with someone. Yet her purse had been found, the purse containing her identification, credit cards, and the small amount of cash she kept for emergencies. Nobody leaves for a planned trip without their wallet, but they might take toiletries. I photographed everything, paying special attention to details that seemed out of place. A coffee cup in the sink with lipstick stains that didn't match any of the cosmetics in her bathroom. A piece of paper torn from a notebook, the remaining fragment showing only the bottom half of handwritten numbers. A window lock that appeared to have been recently oiled, despite the landlord's claims that maintenance requests went unanswered for weeks. The phone records arrived 3 days later. Columns of numbers told a story of routine calls to work, family, a few friends. But in the weeks before her disappearance, a new number appeared with increasing frequency. Short calls, usually lasting less than a minute. The number belonged to a payphone outside a gas station on the other side of town. I drove to the location during different parts of the day, trying to understand who might use a payphone when everyone carried mobile devices. The gas station attendant, a college student with paint-stained fingers, remembered seeing people use it occasionally. Mostly folks whose phones died, or sometimes people who seemed like they didn't want their calls traced. The second category interested me more. Security cameras at the gas station kept recordings for 30 days before recording over them. I was too late to see who might have called her, but the attendant's comments stayed with me. People who didn't want calls traced were people with something to hide. I returned to the diner, this time focusing on employees who might have worked longer shifts, who might have seen the quiet customer the manager mentioned. The evening waitress, a woman in her 50s with tired eyes, nodded when I described him. Oh, him, yeah, he made her uncomfortable. She mentioned it once, said he asked too many personal questions, wanted to know when she worked, if she lived alone, stuff like that. She refilled my coffee cup with practiced efficiency. She started asking other girls to cover his table when possible. This was the first indication that the missing woman felt threatened. I asked why nobody had mentioned this earlier. She didn't make a big deal about it, said he was probably just lonely, trying to be friendly, but you could tell it bothered her. She started looking over her shoulder more, checking the parking lot before walking to her car. The parking lot, the same parking lot the quiet customer watched through the window. I spent the next several days reviewing missing persons cases from neighboring jurisdictions, looking for patterns. 3 other women had disappeared over the past 2 years. All worked service jobs. All were described as reliable until they suddenly weren't. All had their personal belongings found in public places, but their luggage was missing from home. The similarities were too consistent to ignore, but too circumstantial to prove connection. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. The missing woman's sister called, voice shaky with barely controlled emotion. I found something in my voicemail, a message from her, but it's weird, really weird. We met at a coffee shop downtown. The sister's hands trembled as she played the message on her phone. The missing woman's voice was barely above a whisper. I think someone's been in my apartment. Things are moved around just slightly, but enough that I notice. If something happens to me, look for the man with the briefcase. he knows more than he's telling. The message was time-stamped 2 days before her disappearance. "Why didn't you report this sooner?" I asked. "I thought it was paranoia. She'd been stressed about money, working too much. I figured she was just tired, imagining things." The sister's eyes filled with tears. I should have taken it seriously. The reference to the briefcase confirmed what the diner staff had told me, but now I had a timeline. 2 days between recognizing the threat and disappearing. 2 days when she could have run, could have asked for help, could have filed a police report. Instead, she'd packed a suitcase and vanished, leaving behind the very identification she'd need to start over somewhere else. I returned to her apartment building, this time questioning other tenants about strangers in the building. The elderly woman on the second floor remembered seeing someone who didn't belong. Tall man, always wore dark clothes. I saw him in the hallway once, just standing there like he was waiting for something. When he saw me, he pretended to be looking at his phone. She couldn't remember exactly when this happened, but thought it was recent. Within the last month or so, maybe less. The building had no security cameras, no keycard entry system. Anyone could walk in during the day when residents propped open the main door for convenience. The missing woman's apartment was on the 3rd floor, visible from the street if someone knew which window to watch. I stood in that spot on the sidewalk, looking up at her bedroom window. The angle was perfect for surveillance. Someone could monitor her comings and goings without being obvious about it. The nearby bus stop provided a natural reason to linger in the area. The bus driver who worked the route during evening shifts recognized the description of the man with the briefcase. Yeah, he rode my bus sometimes. Always got off at the stop near the diner, but he never seemed to be going to work or anything, just walked around the area. This was surveillance, systematic, patient surveillance of a woman who served coffee and minded her own business. But surveillance leading to what? Abduction seemed likely, but the missing suitcase suggested she'd left willingly, at least initially. Perhaps she'd been convinced to meet someone, told some story that made packing seem reasonable. The payphone records were impossible to trace backwards. I could see that calls were made to her number, but not who made them. However, the timing of the calls created a pattern. They always came during her shifts at the diner when she wouldn't be home to answer. The caller was leaving messages, not trying to have conversations. I obtained a warrant for her voicemail records. The messages painted a disturbing picture of escalation. Early messages were brief hang-ups, then breathing, then a voice always disguised by speaking through cloth or covering the mouthpiece. "I know where you live. I know when you're alone. We need to talk." The final message was longer, clearer. "Meet me at the usual place tonight. Come alone and bring enough clothes for a few days. Don't tell anyone where you're going. This is the only way to keep you safe." The usual place. This implied previous meetings, a relationship more complex than random stalking, but safe from what? I interviewed her coworkers again, this time asking specifically about whether she'd mentioned feeling threatened by anyone other than the customer with the briefcase. The evening waitress remembered something new. She did say something strange a few weeks before she disappeared. Said she'd gotten involved in something she shouldn't have, and now she couldn't get out of it. I thought she meant a bad relationship, but maybe it was something else. Something else, the phrase hung in the air between us, heavy with implication. Her bank records showed regular deposits from the diner, but also occasional cash deposits that didn't match her work schedule. Small amounts, never enough to trigger reporting requirements, but consistent enough to suggest additional income. I showed the bank statements to her sister, who studied them with growing confusion. I don't know where this extra money came from. She never mentioned a second job, and she would have told me. We talked about everything. Everything except whatever had made her feel trapped. The investigation stalled for weeks. No new leads, no witnesses coming forward, no body discovered. The case began to feel like it was dissolving around the edges, becoming another file in a drawer full of unanswered questions. Then the second woman disappeared. Same pattern, reliable employee who stopped showing up for work, personal belongings found in a public place, suitcase missing from home. The similarities were impossible to ignore, but the connection remained invisible. This time I was ready. I immediately canvassed the area where her purse was found, interviewed her coworkers before memories could fade, requested phone records before the trail went cold. The second woman also worked in food service, also lived alone, also had been receiving mysterious calls from payphones. But she'd confided in a friend about feeling watched, followed, studied. She said there was this guy who seemed to show up wherever she went. Not obvious about it, but she started noticing the same face in different places. The grocery store, the laundromat, the bus stop near her apartment. The friend's description matched what I'd heard before. Tall, dark clothes, carried a briefcase. But now there was a new detail. She said he had this way of looking at people like he was memorizing them, made her skin crawl. I realized I was looking for someone who collected women the way others collected stamps or coins. Someone who studied their routines, learned their vulnerabilities, and then made them disappear in a way that looked voluntary. But why take their luggage? Why create the impression that they'd left willingly? The answer came from an unexpected direction. While reviewing cold cases, I found a pattern I'd missed before. Women who disappeared, then reappeared months later in different locations with no memory of the time between. They'd been found wandering, confused, carrying identification that didn't belong to them. These women described dreams of being kept in a place that smelled like vanilla and something sharp. Dreams of a man who asked endless questions about their lives, their fears, their secrets. Dreams of being told they were safe now, that their old lives had been dangerous, that forgetting was better than remembering. The vanilla candles in the first woman's apartment took on new significance. Not her scent preference, but his. A signature left behind, either intentionally or through carelessness. I began searching for properties associated with that distinctive smell combination. Industrial cleaning supplies could create the sharp undertone. Vanilla was used in various manufacturing processes, but also as a masking scent in places where other odors needed to be hidden. The search led me to a storage facility on the outskirts of town. The manager, a nervous man who avoided eye contact, claimed not to recognize the description of the man with the briefcase. But his hands shook when he handed me the visitor logs, and his eyes kept darting toward a section of units in the back corner of the property. Unit 47 was rented under a false name, paid for in cash, accessed only during overnight hours when the office was closed. The manager had keys, but claimed he'd never needed to inspect it. Quiet tenant, he said, never any complaints, always pays on time. Sometimes I see lights on late at night, but that's not unusual. People store all kinds of things, work on projects. Projects, another word that felt loaded with terrible possibility. I obtained a warrant to search the unit. What we found inside changed everything and nothing. A space arranged like a small apartment, bed, chair, table, portable heater. Vanilla candles burned down to stubs, cleaning supplies that explained the sharp chemical smell, and photographs. Dozens of photographs of women going about their daily lives, walking to work, grocery shopping, sitting in restaurants. Candid shots taken from a distance, showing that the photographer had spent considerable time learning their routines. The missing women were there, but so were others. Women who were still alive, still unaware they were being watched and catalogued. But no evidence of violence, no restraints, no weapons, no signs of struggle. The space felt more like a sanctuary than a prison, which somehow made it more disturbing. Personal belongings filled several boxes: jewelry, clothing, identification documents. Items that belonged to women who had vanished over the past several years, trophies or keepsakes, carefully preserved and organized. Yet something was wrong with the scene. It felt staged, too convenient, as if someone wanted it to be found. The realization hit me as I photographed the evidence. The storage unit was a decoy. Someone had anticipated investigation and created a space that would satisfy our need for answers while revealing nothing about where the women actually were. The real location remained hidden. I spent days analyzing every detail in the unit, looking for clues that might lead to the actual site. The vanilla candles were a specific brand, sold only at certain retailers. The cleaning supplies were industrial grade, typically used by businesses rather than individuals. The photographs were printed on paper stock that suggested a professional lab rather than home printing. Each detail pointed towards someone with resources, planning ability, and knowledge of police procedures. Someone who understood how investigations worked and had prepared accordingly. The breakthrough came from the photographs themselves. In the background of several shots, barely visible, was a distinctive building with unusual architecture. I recognized it as a landmark near the industrial district, which meant the photographer had a base of operations in that area. Property records for the district showed dozens of warehouses, most of them leased to legitimate businesses. But one stood out, a building rented to a company that didn't exist, paid for through a series of shell corporations that led nowhere. The building sat isolated among vacant lots, surrounded by high fences and security cameras. During daylight hours, it appeared abandoned, but neighbors reported seeing lights and activity during overnight hours, always accompanied by the sound of a generator running. Surveillance of the building revealed a pattern. A dark sedan would arrive after midnight, stay for several hours, then leave before dawn. The driver matched the description we'd been given: tall, dark clothing, always alone. But getting inside required more than suspicion. We needed probable cause, evidence that crimes were being committed on the property. The storage unit provided connection to missing persons cases, but not proof of ongoing criminal activity. The decision was made to maintain surveillance until we could document something concrete. Weeks passed with the same routine: arrival after midnight, lights in the building, departure before dawn. No sign of the missing women, no evidence of anyone else entering or leaving the property. Then one night the pattern changed. Instead of leaving alone, the driver had a passenger, a woman walking unsteadily as if drugged or disoriented. She got into the car willingly, but her movements seemed mechanical, rehearsed. This was enough. We moved in as the car pulled away, coordinating with units positioned along the likely escape routes. The building entry revealed a space that matched the descriptions from the women who'd been found wandering. Vanilla scents masking chemical odors, furniture arranged like a comfortable living space, but with locks on the outside of doors. 3 women were inside, alive but confused. They recognized their own names when we spoke them, but couldn't remember how they'd arrived at this place or how long they'd been there. Medical examination revealed evidence of prolonged sedation with drugs that affected memory formation. The man with the briefcase was arrested during the traffic stop, but his identity remained a mystery. No fingerprints in any database, no DNA matches, no records of the name on his identification documents. He spoke only to request an attorney, then maintained complete silence. The women recovered gradually, but their memories of captivity remained fragmented. They described being told they were in protective custody, that their previous lives had been dangerous, that forgetting was necessary for their safety. The psychological manipulation was sophisticated, designed to make them compliant without requiring physical restraint. But questions remained unanswered. How many other women had passed through that building? Where was the passenger who'd left in the car that night? What happened to the women whose belongings we'd found in the storage unit, but who were no longer in the warehouse? The investigation expanded to include federal agencies, given the evidence of interstate activity and the complexity of the operation. Other cities reported similar patterns, women disappearing, then reappearing with no memory of the intervening time, always carrying identification that didn't quite match their actual histories. It became clear we'd uncovered part of a larger network, something that operated across multiple jurisdictions with careful coordination. The man we'd arrested was likely a mid-level operator, not the architect of the system. Months passed, the case generated headlines, then faded from public attention as newer crimes demanded focus. The rescued women struggled to rebuild lives interrupted by trauma they couldn't fully remember. The arrested man was convicted on multiple charges, but never revealed information about accomplices or the broader organization. I kept the case files on my desk, returning to them whenever other work allowed. Something about the vanilla candles bothered me, a detail that felt significant but remained just beyond understanding. Then I smelled it again. Not in an evidence room or crime scene, but in my own home. Faint but unmistakable, the same combination of vanilla and chemical sharpness that had marked every location connected to the disappearances. The coffee pot was still dripping hours after it should have stopped. The curtain hung an inch off from its usual position. Small details, barely noticeable unless you'd learned to pay attention to such things. My hands trembled as I checked the locks, examined the windows, looked for signs of entry. Everything appeared secure, but appearance had proven unreliable throughout this investigation. The case wasn't closed, it had simply moved closer to home. I called for backup, then sat in my car in the driveway, watching my own house the way I'd surveilled the warehouse, waiting to see who might emerge from the shadows, who might have been watching me while I thought I was watching them. The vanilla scent lingered in my memory, sweet and threatening, a reminder that some investigations change the investigator as much as they reveal the truth. Some cases never really end, they just find new ways to continue. The alarm still hadn't chimed. The screen remained blank. And somewhere in the darkness, someone was patient enough to wait for the perfect moment to complete whatever had been started in that warehouse, in those storage units, in the lives of women who trusted the wrong voice on the other end of a payphone. The weight of small things had become unbearable, but I couldn't stop noticing them. Couldn't stop wondering if the next detail out of place would be the last thing I'd ever have the chance to investigate. Story 4. I told them I hadn't noticed anything unusual, that the dim light in the alley was all I saw before turning back, but the air was heavy with the tang of burnt rubber, mingling with an acrid scent that clung to my jacket like smoke. A trash can lid had been toppled, resting slightly ajar, its rim lined with a dark, sticky residue. The faint hum of street noises felt distant, muted by the presence of something unsaid. Shadows grew longer, obscuring the jagged cracks on the pavement that seemed to form a path. I avoided the broken glass scattered like fallen stars, but my shoes were still damp from where I stood. The moisture seeped through the leather even now as I sit here, remembering. My socks carry that dampness still, a cold reminder that refuses to dry. I keep returning to that moment, the way water finds its level, settling into the lowest places of memory where doubt pools and stagnates. They asked me questions in that fluorescent lit room where everything appeared washed out, bleached of color and meaning. The detective's pen clicked against his notepad in a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. Click, pause, click. I watched his fingers, how they gripped the pen like he was holding onto something slippery. My answers came automatically, rehearsed without my knowing I'd been practicing them. But I hadn't told them about the sound. It wasn't loud, more like fabric tearing or paper being crumpled very slowly. The kind of sound that makes you pause mid-step and tilt your head, listening for it to repeat. It never did, not while I was there anyway. The silence that followed felt deliberate, as though the alley itself was holding its breath. I keep thinking about my neighbor's cat, how it used to sit on the fire escape outside my window, watching the pigeons with that predatory stillness. The way its pupils would dilate in the dim light, transforming familiar amber eyes into black pools. I'd watch it watching them, mesmerized by the patience of it all. The cat never moved until the exact moment when movement would matter most. The detective asked if I knew her, the woman. I said no, which was true in the way that most truths are incomplete. I didn't know her name or where she lived or what she did for work, but I'd seen her before, walking past the coffee shop where I bought my morning paper. She had a particular way of moving, quick but not hurried, like someone accustomed to navigating through crowds without being noticed. Her hair caught the light differently than other people's, not brighter exactly, but more defined. Each strand seemed to exist independently, creating patterns that shifted as she moved. I found myself looking for her during my morning routine, timing my arrival at the coffee shop to coincide with her passage, not following, just coinciding. The morning I saw her in the alley, she wasn't moving at all. I tell myself I went down that narrow passage because I dropped something. A receipt, maybe, or a business card that the wind had pulled from my pocket. Something small and unimportant that I nonetheless felt compelled to retrieve. But when I replay the memory, I can't identify what I was looking for. My hands were empty when I turned to leave. The trash can lid bothers me more than it should, not because it was overturned, but because of how it rested, perfectly balanced on its edge, like someone had placed it there with deliberate care. The dark residue along the rim had an oily quality, reflecting the weak light from the street lamp. It reminded me of the iridescent film that forms on puddles after rain, beautiful and contaminated at the same time. I touched it. I don't know why I touched it. The substance was tacky, not quite dry but no longer liquid. It transferred to my fingertip with a slight resistance, like peeling tape from skin. The smell intensified when I brought my hand closer to my face, sweet underneath the acrid surface note, familiar in a way that made my stomach clench with recognition I couldn't name. My shoes squelched softly as I stepped backward, away from the trash can and toward the mouth of the alley. The dampness I'd attributed to morning dew felt warmer than it should have, with a thickness that seemed to cling. Each step produced that same soft sound, like walking through shallow mud. The broken glass caught the light as I moved, creating brief sparkles that reminded me of the way stars reflect on water. I'd always been careful around broken things, taught from childhood to step around shattered bottles and discarded mirrors. But these fragments seemed different, arranged rather than scattered. They formed a loose perimeter around the space where she lay. She wasn't moving, but she didn't look peaceful either. Her position suggested interrupted motion, as though she'd been caught mid-gesture. One arm extended towards something I couldn't see, fingers slightly curled. Her eyes were open, staring at a point just above my head. I followed her gaze, but found only the brick wall, stained with age and weather. I should have called for help immediately. That's what they teach you, what every instinct should demand. But I stood there instead, studying the scene like a puzzle I was meant to solve. The way her jacket had twisted around her torso, the angle of her legs, the small purse that lay just beyond her reaching fingers. Everything appeared deliberate, arranged according to some logic I couldn't grasp. The detective asked how long I'd remained in the alley. I told him just a few moments, long enough to understand what I was seeing. But time had moved strangely in that narrow space, stretching and contracting like elastic. The shadows seemed to shift position while I watched, growing longer and then shorter again, as though the sun was moving in fast forward overhead. I remember checking my watch, but the face was fogged with condensation and I couldn't read the numbers clearly. The metal band felt cold against my wrist, a sharp contrast to the humid air that seemed to press against my skin from all directions. When I wiped the crystal clean, the hands appeared to be moving backward, but that had to be my imagination, shock playing tricks with perception. My phone felt heavy in my pocket as I dialed. The numbers seemed to glow more brightly than usual, casting small pools of blue light on my fingers. The emergency operator's voice sounded distant, as though she was speaking to me from the bottom of a well. I heard myself giving the address, describing what I'd found, answering her questions with a steadiness that surprised me. But I didn't mention the smell on my fingertip, or the way the glass had been arranged, or the sound I'd heard before entering the alley. Those details felt private, meant for me alone to decipher. The police arrived with their cameras and tape measures, transforming the intimate space into something clinical and impersonal. They photographed everything from multiple angles, turning the woman into evidence, reducing her interrupted gesture to a series of measurements and observations. I watched from the sidewalk as they worked, noting how different the scene appeared under their bright lights. The broken glass no longer seemed arranged. The trash can lid looked randomly displaced. The dark residue became just another stain in an alley full of stains. Their presence changed the meaning of everything, making my earlier impressions seem foolish and overwrought. One of the officers asked if I'd touched anything. I said no, which felt true enough. My fingertip had barely made contact with the lid's rim, hardly enough to leave a print or disturb the scene. But the tacky substance remained under my nail, a secret souvenir of those strange moments before everything became official. I scrubbed my hands when I got home, using dish soap and hot water until my skin turned red. But the smell persisted, sweet and acrid, following me through the rest of the morning like a faithful pet. It clung to my coffee cup, my newspaper, the sleeve of the shirt I changed into after throwing the contaminated one into the hamper. The news report mentioned her name, which I'd never heard before. It sounded ordinary, the kind of name that belongs to teachers and accountants and people who return their library books on time. They showed a photograph, probably from a driver's license, where she looked directly into the camera with the resigned expression common to all official documentation. But it wasn't the woman I'd seen walking past the coffee shop. The hair was different, darker and straighter, the face rounder, less defined. I stared at the television screen, trying to reconcile this image with my memory of quick movement and light-catching strands. The disconnect felt profound, as though I'd been watching the wrong person entirely. I called the detective to mention the discrepancy. He listened patiently while I explained about the coffee shop, the morning routine, the way her hair had moved in patterns. When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment before asking if I was certain about the identification. The question hung in the air between us, heavy with implications I wasn't ready to consider. Maybe I'd been wrong about which woman I'd seen. Memory is unreliable, especially under stress, prone to filling gaps with convenient fictions. The mind seeks patterns even where none exist, creating connections that feel meaningful but prove empty under scrutiny. I'd probably conflated two different people, two separate morning observations, into a single narrative that made sense of senseless events. But my shoes were still damp. I kept returning to that detail, the moisture that had seeped through leather and into fabric, marking my presence in that alley more permanently than any photograph. The dampness had felt warm, almost body temperature, with a viscosity that water doesn't possess. It had clung to the soles of my feet like something alive, reluctant to let go. The detective mentioned that it hadn't rained recently. The weather reports confirmed this, showing clear skies stretching back across multiple days. So where had the moisture come from? What had I stepped in that left my shoes so thoroughly saturated? I began walking past the alley on my way to work, slowing my pace as I approached the narrow opening. The police tape was gone, the scene released back to its ordinary function as a passage between buildings. But something had changed in the quality of light there, as though the air itself had grown thicker, more resistant to illumination. The trash can had been replaced with a newer model, bright blue plastic instead of dented metal. The broken glass had been swept away, leaving only small scratches in the pavement to mark where it had rested. Even the stains on the brick wall appeared lighter, as though someone had attempted to scrub them clean. But the smell remained. Not the acrid scent I'd noticed that first morning, but something underneath it, sweet and cloying like flowers left too long in water. It seemed to emanate from the pavement itself, rising in invisible waves that caught in my throat and made my eyes water. Other pedestrians didn't seem to notice, walking past the alley entrance without pause or reaction. I started carrying mints to mask the taste that lingered in my mouth after these encounters. Peppermint became my constant companion, a sharp counterpoint to the underlying sweetness that seemed to follow me home. But even the strongest mint couldn't completely eliminate the sensation, the feeling that something foreign had taken up residence in my sinuses and refused to leave. The woman from the coffee shop disappeared from my routine. I waited at the usual time, positioning myself by the window where I could watch the sidewalk, but she never materialized. Her absence felt deliberate, as though she'd learned of my attention and chosen to alter her route accordingly. The possibility that she'd never existed at all began to seem less absurd. I found myself questioning other details from that morning. Had the trash can lid really been balanced so precisely, or was that memory a reconstruction influenced by stress and suggestion? Had the glass truly formed a pattern, or had I imposed order on random debris? Each time I revisited the scene in my mind, it changed slightly, details shifting like sand in wind. The detective called to inform me that the case was being closed. Natural causes, he said, though he didn't elaborate on what those causes might have been. The woman had simply died alone in an alley for reasons that didn't require investigation or explanation. These things happened more often than people realized, bodies failing without warning or apparent cause. I wanted to ask about the broken glass, the arranged fragments that had caught the light so deliberately. I wanted to mention the sound I'd heard, the soft tearing that had drawn me into the alley in the first place. But these details seemed suddenly trivial, the kind of observations that marked me as someone who saw patterns where none existed, connections that revealed more about the observer than the observed. Instead, I thanked him for keeping me informed and hung up the phone. But my fingernails still carried traces of that sticky residue, visible under certain lights as a dark crescent that resisted all attempts at removal. I tried scraping it away with other nails, soaking it in various solutions, even filing it down until the quick showed pink and tender. Nothing worked. The stain had bonded with the keratin at a molecular level, becoming part of me in a way that felt both intimate and violating. Sometimes I catch myself bringing that finger to my nose, inhaling the faint sweetness that persists despite all my efforts at elimination. The scent has become familiar now, almost comforting in its consistency. It reminds me that the morning in the alley wasn't a dream or hallucination, that something real occurred in that narrow space between buildings. I've stopped walking past the alley on my way to work, choosing a longer route that avoids the entire block. But the smell finds me anyway, drifting through open windows and following me into elevators. It's become part of the city's atmosphere, indistinguishable from exhaust fumes and cooking odors and the general perfume of human habitation. The coffee shop still operates according to its regular schedule, but I no longer time my arrival to coincide with anyone's passage. I buy my paper and leave, avoiding the window seat where I used to watch the sidewalk. The morning routine has simplified, stripped of its former anticipation and mystery. Yet I find myself looking for her still, scanning faces in crowds for the particular way light caught in moving hair. The search has become automatic, unconscious, like checking for keys or wallet before leaving the house. I don't expect to find her, but the looking itself has value, a form of meditation that keeps some part of that morning alive. The detective was probably right about memory's unreliability, about the mind's tendency to create meaning from coincidence. But reliability isn't the same as truth, and truth isn't always the most important thing to preserve. Sometimes the story we tell ourselves matters more than the facts we can verify. My shoes dried eventually, though they never felt quite the same afterward. The leather retained a subtle stiffness, as though something had changed in its molecular structure during those moments in the alley. I continued wearing them, but they produced a slightly different sound when walking, a softer impact that reminded me of that morning's strange acoustics. The newspaper stopped covering the story after the initial report. One woman's unexplained death wasn't enough to sustain public interest, especially when the circumstances seemed so ordinary. She became a statistic, a brief notation in municipal records, a case number filed away in some bureaucratic archive. But she persists in my memory with crystalline clarity, more vivid now than when I actually saw her. The interrupted gesture of her reaching arm, the angle of her head, the way shadows fell across her still form. These images have achieved a permanence that transcends their original context, becoming part of my internal landscape. I dream about the alley sometimes, though the dreams transform it into something larger and more complex than the narrow passage I remember. In sleep, it becomes a labyrinth of interconnected spaces, each one containing its own mysteries and revelations. I walk through them with purpose, searching for something I can never quite identify. The broken glass appears in these dreams as well, but magnified and multiplied until it covers entire floors like crystalline carpeting. It reflects not light but memory, showing me fragments of scenes I never witnessed, moments that occurred before my arrival. In the reflections, I see the woman walking, talking, laughing, living a life that ended in that narrow space between buildings. Sometimes I wonder if I was supposed to find her, if my presence in the alley that morning was part of some larger design. The thought feels both grandiose and terrifying, suggesting a level of cosmic planning that would make coincidence impossible. But the alternative, pure randomness, seems equally unsatisfying. The truth probably lies somewhere between intention and accident, in that gray area where meaning emerges from the collision of separate trajectories. I was walking to work, she was dying in an alley, and these two realities intersected for reasons that don't require explanation to remain significant. My fingernail has grown out since that morning, carrying the stain further from its source with each passing day. Eventually, it will disappear entirely, clipped away during routine maintenance and discarded without ceremony. But for now, it remains a tangible connection to those strange moments when ordinary morning routine collided with inexplicable mystery. The coffee shop still serves the same blend, bitter and strong enough to cut through the sweetness that occasionally resurfaces in my mouth. I sit in different seats now, facing away from the window, but the taste of that morning persists beneath layers of caffeine and artificial sweetener. Some flavors embed themselves so deeply that they become part of your personal chemistry, indistinguishable from the baseline against which all other experiences are measured. I told them I hadn't noticed anything unusual, and in a way that remains true. The unusual had become so integrated into the fabric of that morning that it seemed natural, inevitable, as ordinary as breathing. The dim light, the overturned lid, the scattered glass, the reaching gesture, the dampness seeping through leather into skin. All of it felt like discovering something that had always been there, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. But the air was heavy with the tang of burnt rubber, mingling with an acrid scent that still clings to my jacket like smoke, and my shoes carry that moisture still, a reminder that some encounters leave marks too deep for time or explanation to erase. Story 5. The sound between silence. It was the soft patter of dripping water, familiar yet wrong, echoing through the silent kitchen. Each drop felt like it carried more weight than the last, a rhythm that shouldn't have been present. My fingers brushed against the counter as I moved, searching for the source. The sink stood dry, undisturbed, and yet the sound persisted, tracing an arc across the room, a reminder of somewhere else where the walls were closer, pressing in. My chest tightened with a whisper of what might have been. I knew that cadence from a place I wasn't willing to revisit. But the droplets kept falling, and I couldn't turn away. The letter arrived on a morning when frost still clung to the windows. The envelope bore no return address, just my name written in careful block letters. Inside, a single photograph and a note that read, "She deserves to be remembered." The image showed a young woman with dark hair, her smile caught mid-laugh, eyes bright with life I'd never seen before. Yet something about her features tugged at a corner of my memory, like a word balanced on the tip of my tongue. I set the photograph on my kitchen table and stared at it while my coffee grew cold. The woman looked to be in her 20s, standing in what appeared to be a park or garden, sunlight filtering through leaves behind her. Her hands were clasped in front of her, and she wore a simple blue dress that seemed to move in a breeze I couldn't feel. There was nothing sinister about the image, nothing that should have made my skin crawl the way it did. But it was her eyes that unsettled me most. They held a quality I'd learned to recognize in my work as a victim advocate, a certain wariness disguised as joy. The smile was genuine, but underneath lay something else, something that spoke of secrets kept and dangers not yet understood. I turned the photograph over. Written in the same careful handwriting was a single word: before. That afternoon, I found myself at the local library, the photograph tucked inside my jacket pocket like contraband. The librarian, an older woman with silver hair pulled back severely, helped me access the newspaper archives without asking questions I wasn't prepared to answer. I didn't know what I was looking for, only that the image had awakened something in me that refused to be ignored. I scrolled through months of headlines, my eyes scanning for anything that might connect to the woman in the photograph. Missing persons reports, accident summaries, crime briefs, all blurring together in a parade of human misfortune. Then, buried in a small column near the back of a paper from several months ago, I found her. The headline read, "Local woman found dead in apartment complex." The article was brief, clinical in its detachment. A young woman had been discovered in her basement apartment by her landlord after neighbors complained about a smell. The cause of death was listed as undetermined, pending further investigation. No foul play was suspected. Her name meant nothing to me, but her face, reproduced in grainy newsprint, was unmistakably the same as the woman in my photograph. I printed the article and several others from the following days, though coverage quickly dwindled to nothing. Apparently, the death of a young woman with no family and few friends didn't warrant sustained attention. The final mention I could find was a small notice stating that the investigation had been closed due to lack of evidence. Walking home, the papers felt heavy in my bag. The photograph burned against my chest, and I found myself looking over my shoulder more than once, though I couldn't say what I expected to see. The streets seemed different somehow, shadows longer and more pronounced, as if the simple act of learning her name had shifted the world slightly off its axis. That evening, I spread everything across my dining room table like pieces of a puzzle I wasn't sure I wanted to solve. The woman's face stared up at me from multiple angles. The vibrant life of the original photograph contrasted sharply with the flat, lifeless quality of the newspaper image. I traced the edges of the photos with my fingertip, trying to understand what had happened between before and after. The apartment complex mentioned in the article wasn't far from my neighborhood. I'd driven past it countless times without giving it a second thought, one of those aging brick buildings that seem to absorb rather than reflect light. Now I found myself wondering about the basement apartment, about what the investigators had found there, about what they might have missed. Sleep came fitfully that night. I dreamed of dripping water and dark spaces, of a woman's laughter echoing through empty rooms. I woke with the taste of dust in my mouth and the certainty that someone was watching me, though my apartment remained empty and still. The next morning brought another envelope. This one contained a key old and brass with teeth worn smooth by use. No note this time, just the key wrapped in tissue paper. I held it up to the light, trying to discern any markings that might indicate what it unlocked, but found nothing. The metal was warm to the touch, as if it had been recently handled, and I set it down quickly, my skin crawling with an inexplicable revulsion. I called in sick to work and spent the morning researching everything I could find about the dead woman. Social media profiles painted a picture of someone trying to build a life in a new place, someone who posted pictures of coffee shops and sunsets, who shared quotes about resilience and new beginnings. Her posts became less frequent in the weeks before her death, the tone shifting from hopeful to subdued. Her final post was a photograph of her apartment building taken from the street. The caption read, "Home sweet home, I guess." The comments below were few and generic, the kind of polite responses that suggested distant acquaintances rather than close friends. I found myself studying the building in the photograph, comparing it to my memories of driving past. The basement windows were barely visible from street level, dark rectangles that seemed to swallow light rather than let it in. I wondered what it had been like to live there, to wake each morning in a space that felt more like a burrow than a home. The key sat on my table like an accusation, daring me to discover what it unlocked. I knew I should contact the police, should turn over the photographs and the key, and let someone with actual authority handle whatever this was. But something held me back, a growing certainty that the official investigation had missed something crucial, that the truth lay buried beneath layers of assumption and indifference. That afternoon, I drove to the apartment complex. The building looked smaller in person than it had in the photograph, its brick facade stained with years of weather and neglect. A small garden area near the entrance had been overtaken by weeds, and several of the upper windows were covered with cardboard or newspaper. It was the kind of place people lived when they had few other options, where privacy was valued more than community. I walked around the building's perimeter, noting the basement windows that sat just above ground level. Most were covered with curtains or blinds, but one near the back corner stood open, revealing a darkness so complete it seemed solid. I found myself drawn to it, crouching down to peer inside. The smell hit me first, musty air tinged with something sweet and cloying that made my stomach turn. The basement appeared empty, but shadows clung to the corners in ways that suggested hidden depths. I pressed my face closer to the glass, trying to make out details in the gloom. That's when I heard it, the soft patter of dripping water, the same rhythm that had haunted my kitchen that first morning. But here, in this place where she had died, the sound carried a weight that made my chest tighten with recognition. I pulled back from the window, my heart racing, and noticed my hands were shaking. "You looking for someone?" I spun around to find an older man watching me from the building's rear entrance. He was thin and weathered, with the cautious demeanor of someone who had learned not to trust strangers. A cigarette dangled from his lips, and his eyes held the flat quality of someone who had seen too much. "I was just curious about the apartments," I said, hoping my voice sounded steadier than I felt. "I heard there might be a vacancy." He studied me for a long moment, his gaze taking in my clothes, my car, my general appearance with the practiced eye of someone who made judgments quickly and stuck with them. "Basement unit's been empty since the girl died," he said finally. "Owners having trouble renting it out again. People get spooked, you know." "What happened to her?" He took a long drag from his cigarette, the ember glowing bright in the growing dusk. "Nobody knows for sure. Found her after a few days when the smell got bad. Police said it looked like natural causes, but she was young and healthy far as anyone could tell. Didn't make much sense." "Did you know her well?" "Keep to myself mostly, but she seemed nice enough, quiet, minded her own business." He flicked ash onto the ground between us. Strange thing was, she'd been acting different the last few weeks. Nervous, like, kept asking if I'd seen anyone hanging around who didn't belong. My pulse quickened. "Did you see anyone?" "Maybe there was a car that came by a few times, just sitting out front. Never saw who was driving it, but it made her jumpy. She asked me about getting the locks changed, said she felt like someone had been in her apartment when she wasn't home. The key in my pocket seemed to grow heavier. Did she change the locks? Never got the chance. He dropped his cigarette and ground it under his heel. Look, I don't know what your interest is in all this, but if you're thinking about renting that place, I'd think twice. Some things are better left alone. He turned and walked back into the building, leaving me standing in the gathering darkness with more questions than answers. The basement window gaped like an open wound, and I could still hear the steady drip of water from somewhere within its depths. I drove home with the man's words echoing in my mind. Someone had been watching her, had possibly been inside her apartment, someone who might have had a key. The photograph and key I'd received weren't random. They were breadcrumbs leading me down a path someone wanted me to follow. But why me? I'd never met the dead woman, had no connection to her life or death beyond the mysterious envelopes that had appeared at my door. Unless there was a connection I wasn't seeing, something that linked us in ways I hadn't yet understood. That night I found myself going through old papers, looking for any mention of her name or anything that might explain why I'd been chosen as the recipient of these clues. Bills, letters, work documents, all the detritus of a life lived without particular drama or significance. Nothing. It wasn't until I was putting everything away that I found it, a business card tucked inside an old address book, so worn the printing was barely legible. The name matched that of the dead woman, and below it was printed counseling services and a phone number. My hands trembled as I held the card up to the light. I had no memory of how it had come to be in my possession, no recollection of meeting her or seeking her services. But the evidence was undeniable. Somehow our paths had crossed before her death. I called the number, though I expected it to be disconnected. Instead, I reached a voicemail message in her voice, warm and professional, inviting callers to leave a message and promising a return call within one business day. The sound of her voice, so alive and full of purpose, made the reality of her death feel suddenly, devastatingly real. I hung up without leaving a message and sat in my darkened living room, trying to piece together fragments of memory that seemed to slip away whenever I focused on them too directly. Had I been her client, had I sought counseling and somehow blocked it from my memory? The possibility felt both foreign and familiar, like recognizing a face in a crowd without being able to place it. The next morning brought the third envelope. Inside was a small digital recorder and a note, "Press play." My finger hesitated over the button, some instinct warning me that whatever was on this device would change everything. But curiosity won out, as it always does, and I pressed the button with a hand that shook only slightly. Her voice filled my living room, clear and professional. Session notes, patient exhibits signs of severe memory suppression related to traumatic event. Breakthrough may be imminent, but patient shows significant resistance to exploring repressed memories. Recommend continued therapy with focus on establishing trust and safety. A pause, then patient continues to insist they have no memory of the incident, but physical responses suggest otherwise. Increased heart rate, sweating, and dissociative episodes when certain topics are approached. The mind's ability to protect itself through selective amnesia is remarkable, but healing cannot begin until the truth is acknowledged. Another pause, longer this time. When her voice resumed, it carried a note of concern that made my skin crawl. I'm beginning to worry that someone may be monitoring our sessions. Patient mentioned seeing the same car repeatedly, and I've noticed it myself. If something happens to me, I want there to be a record. The patient needs help, but they also need protection from others and perhaps from themselves. The recording ended, leaving me staring at the device in my trembling hands. I was the patient she'd been discussing. I had sought her help for something I couldn't remember, something traumatic enough to cause my mind to lock it away completely. And now she was dead, and someone wanted me to remember. I spent the rest of the day in a fog, moving through familiar routines while my mind raced to understand what I'd learned. Fragments of sensation began to surface. The smell of basement air, the sound of dripping water, the feeling of walls closing in. But whenever I tried to focus on these impressions, they scattered like smoke. By evening, I knew what I had to do. The key in my pocket belonged to her apartment, the place where she died, the place where whatever I'd forgotten had perhaps begun. I needed to go there to face whatever truth lay waiting in that dark basement room. The apartment complex looked different at night, more menacing somehow, as if darkness had awakened something that slept during daylight hours. I parked across the street and sat in my car for several minutes, gathering courage I wasn't sure I possessed. The basement windows were dark, but one stood slightly open, and I could see the faint movement of curtains in a breeze that shouldn't have existed in that still space. I crossed the street and made my way around to the back of the building. The key fit perfectly into a door I hadn't noticed during my earlier visit, a basement entrance hidden behind overgrown shrubs. The lock turned smoothly, as if it had been recently oiled, and the door opened with barely a whisper of sound. The smell hit me immediately, that same sweet, cloying scent I detected through the window, but stronger now, more oppressive. I fumbled for a light switch and found one near the door. Fluorescent bulbs flickered to life, revealing a small apartment that looked frozen in time. Her belongings were still there, apparently untouched since her death. Books lined makeshift shelves, and papers covered a small desk near the window. The kitchen area showed signs of a meal interrupted, a plate in the sink, a coffee cup on the counter, a newspaper folded open to the crossword puzzle. But it was the sound that drew me deeper into the apartment, that steady dripping I'd been hearing, now revealed to be coming from a bathroom at the far end of the main room. I walked toward it as if in a trance, my feet carrying me forward despite every instinct screaming at me to turn back. The bathroom door stood ajar, and I pushed it open with fingers that felt numb and distant. The dripping came from a faucet that couldn't quite close completely, each drop falling into a sink stained with something dark, but it wasn't the sink that made me gasp and stumble backward. It was the mirror. Taped to its surface were dozens of photographs, all of the same person, me. Pictures of me leaving my apartment, getting into my car, shopping for groceries, sitting in coffee shops. Some were taken from a distance, others close enough to show the expression on my face. At the center of this collage was a photo I'd never seen before. Myself and the dead woman, sitting across from each other in what appeared to be her office, her face kind and concerned, while mine showed the hollow-eyed look of someone carrying unbearable pain. Below the photographs, written in red ink directly on the mirror, were the words, "You remember now." And suddenly I did. The memories came flooding back like water through a broken dam, overwhelming and unstoppable. I remembered seeking her help after witnessing something terrible, something I'd tried desperately to forget. I remembered the sessions where she'd gently coaxed the truth from me, how she'd believed me when others hadn't, how she'd promised to help me find the courage to come forward. I remembered the car that had followed me home from our appointments, the feeling of being watched, the growing certainty that someone knew what I'd seen and would do anything to keep me quiet. I remembered her growing concern, her suggestion that we contact the authorities, her promise that she would protect me no matter what. And I remembered the last session when I told her I was too frightened to continue, that I wanted to forget everything and pretend it had never happened. I remembered the disappointment in her eyes, tempered by understanding, as she'd agreed to help me suppress the memories until I was strong enough to face them. But someone hadn't been willing to wait for me to find that strength. Someone had silenced her before she could convince me to speak, had made her death look natural while ensuring that the truth died with her. Except it hadn't died. She'd made sure of that, leaving behind clues that would eventually lead me back to this moment, to this place where the truth could no longer be denied. I stood in that basement bathroom, surrounded by evidence of my own cowardice, and finally understood what I'd witnessed, what I'd been running from, what someone had killed to keep secret. The knowledge sat in my chest like a stone, heavy and undeniable. But understanding and acting are different things entirely. As I drove home that night, the photographs burning in my jacket pocket like accusations, I found myself facing the same choice that had paralyzed me before: speak the truth and risk everything, or stay silent and let her death be meaningless. The morning brought no new envelope, no fresh clues to guide my decision. Just silence and the weight of knowledge I'd never wanted to possess. I sat at my kitchen table, listening to the phantom sound of dripping water, and wondered if courage was something that could be found, or if it was something you either possessed or didn't. The truth is still there, waiting to be spoken. Her killer walks free, confident that fear will always triumph over justice, that silence can be bought with threats and violence. The photographs lie in my drawer like sleeping witnesses, ready to testify if I can find the strength to let them. Sometimes I hear her voice on the wind, reminding me that some truths are too important to bury, that some silences are more dangerous than any words could ever be. But fear is a powerful thing, and the human capacity for self-deception knows no bounds. I know what I saw, I know who killed her, I know why. The question that remains is whether knowing is enough, or if justice demands something more from those of us who survived to tell the tale. The dripping continues, marking time until I find my answer. Story 6. I found myself rooted at the bottom of the stairs, fixated on the dimly lit landing above. The dull hum of the fridge was the only sound, steady but for its occasional shudder. The air was thick with waiting, and every shadow seemed to lean in towards me. Yet nothing moved, neither the curtain whispering softly nor the reflection in the hallway mirror. Each glance promised to reveal the intruder lurking just beyond sight. And then without warning, the stairs creaked. A step gave under a weight that wasn't mine. The sound came from the 7th step. I know because I've counted them so many times since moving here. 7 steps up to the landing, then a turn, then 6 more to reach the 2nd floor. The 7th step has always been loose, but tonight its groan carried a different quality, deliberate, measured, as if someone were testing their weight against the old wood. But I'm getting ahead of myself. The real beginning was weeks ago, maybe longer. Time has become unreliable since I started paying attention to the details that others might dismiss. It began with the photographs. I discovered them while organizing the previous tenants' belongings, items left behind in the basement storage room. The landlord had mentioned someone lived here before me, a quiet person who left suddenly, but he'd been vague about the circumstances. Among dusty boxes of books and forgotten kitchen items, I found a manila envelope filled with photographs. Not family snapshots or vacation memories, but surveillance-style images taken from a distance. Pictures of the house I now lived in, captured from across the street at various times of day. The angles were deliberate, each photograph focused on specific windows, particularly the one in what is now my bedroom. In some images, I could make out the silhouette of someone standing at that window, though the figure was too distant and shadowy to identify. The photographs had no dates, no markings, nothing to indicate when they were taken or by whom. But the paper had that slightly yellowed quality that suggested they weren't recent. I told myself they were probably innocent. Perhaps the previous tenant had been documenting something mundane, a property dispute, evidence of repairs needed, architectural interest. But as I studied them more closely, I noticed something that made my skin prickle. In several of the images, there appeared to be someone else watching the house from a different vantage point. A figure partially obscured by trees on the opposite side of the street, barely visible but unmistakably present. The more I examined those photographs, the more I began to notice things about my new home that I'd initially overlooked. Scratches around the lock on the back door that could have been from forced entry, a loose window screen that might have been tampered with, small items in my kitchen that seemed to shift position between morning and evening, though I couldn't be certain I hadn't moved them myself. Sleep became elusive. I found myself lying awake, listening to the house's natural sounds, the settling of old wooden beams, the whisper of wind through gaps in the siding, the distant hum of traffic on the main road. But occasionally there would be sounds that didn't fit the pattern. A soft thud from downstairs when I was in bed, the faint squeak of a floorboard in the hallway when I was certain I was alone. During the day, I would investigate these disturbances, searching for logical explanations. The thud could have been the cat from next door jumping onto my porch. The squeaking floorboard might have been the house responding to temperature changes. But my investigations always led me back to the photographs, to the uncomfortable realization that someone had been watching this house long before I arrived. I began taking my own pictures, documenting the view from my windows at different times of day, trying to identify where the original photographer might have stood. I discovered several possible locations: a cluster of trees across the street, a bus stop with a clear sightline to the house, a vacant lot where someone could park and observe without drawing attention. The photographs became an obsession. I spread them across my kitchen table, arranging and rearranging them, looking for patterns, for clues about the watcher's identity or motivation. I noticed that in the images where the mysterious figure was visible in the background, they always appeared to be facing the house, never in profile or walking away, always watching. I started varying my routine, leaving at different times, returning by different routes, keeping my curtains drawn during the day. But the feeling of being observed only intensified. Sometimes I would catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, but when I turned to look directly, nothing would be there. Other times I would have the distinct sensation that someone had just been in a room I was entering, as if the air still held the warmth of their presence. The photographs began to feel like a warning, or perhaps a promise, evidence that the watching had been going on for much longer than I'd initially realized, and that my arrival hadn't ended it, but simply changed its nature. I was no longer looking at documentation of surveillance, I was living inside it. I considered going to the authorities, but what would I tell them? That I'd found old photographs of my house, that I sometimes heard unexplained sounds, that I had a feeling someone was watching me. Without concrete evidence of a crime, my concerns would likely be dismissed as the paranoia of someone adjusting to a new living situation. Instead, I began my own investigation. I researched the house's history, looking for any incidents that might explain the photographs or the previous tenant's sudden departure. The records were sparse, but I learned that the house had changed hands several times over the past decade, with most tenants staying less than 2 years. The pattern suggested something beyond normal tenant turnover. I also started paying closer attention to my neighbors, wondering if one of them might be connected to the photographs. The elderly woman who lived directly across the street had an unobstructed view of my house and was often visible in her front window. The man 2 houses down worked irregular hours and was frequently coming and going at unusual times. Even the family with young children at the end of the block seemed to walk past my house more often than necessary. But suspicion is a dangerous thing. Once it takes root, it colors every interaction, every observation. A neighbor's friendly wave becomes a signal. A delivery truck parked too long on the street becomes surveillance. The ordinary rhythms of a residential neighborhood transform into an elaborate web of watching and being watched. The photographs were always there, spread across my table like tarot cards, each one offering a different interpretation of the same unsettling truth that privacy is an illusion, that being watched is perhaps the most natural state of human existence, and that the line between observer and observed is thinner than we'd like to believe. Night after night, I would study those images until my eyes burned, searching for details I might have missed. The quality of light suggested they were taken over an extended period, possibly months. The photographer had been patient, methodical, committed to their surveillance in a way that suggested more than casual interest. And then tonight, as I stood in my kitchen reviewing the photographs one more time before bed, I heard it. The unmistakable sound of the seventh step creaking under someone's weight, not the random settling of old wood, but the deliberate pressure of a foot testing its strength. I turned off the kitchen light and moved to the bottom of the stairs, my heart hammering against my ribs. The house fell silent except for the familiar hum of the refrigerator, but the silence felt different now, charged with presence rather than emptiness. I stood there for what felt like hours, listening, waiting, my eyes fixed on the dimly lit landing above. The photographs were still spread across my kitchen table behind me, their silent testimony to months or years of watching. But now I wondered if I had misunderstood their meaning entirely. Perhaps they weren't evidence of someone watching the house from outside. Perhaps they were documentation of someone who had already been inside, someone who had been studying the angles, the sight lines, the best vantage points for observation. Someone who might never have left. The seventh step creaked again, softer this time, as if the weight upon it was shifting, settling, making itself comfortable for a long wait. The sound was patient, measured, familiar with the house's rhythms and weaknesses. It carried the confidence of someone who knew exactly which boards would groan and which would remain silent. I found myself rooted at the bottom of the stairs, fixated on the dimly lit landing above, understanding finally that the photographs had been right all along. The watching had never stopped, it had simply moved inside, where the angles were better and the shadows deeper, where every sound could be catalogued and every movement observed. The dull hum of the fridge continued its steady rhythm, punctuated by its occasional shudder, and I realized that some mysteries don't end with revelation, but simply change their shape, becoming part of the house itself, part of the endless cycle of watching and being watched. Story 7. The alarm was disarmed at 600 hours as scheduled. The blinds remained drawn, preserving the interior obscurity. Standard formations of documents aligned along the desk showed no sign of disturbance. The kitchen appliances displayed correct time settings. However, the toaster remained engaged, though it bore no contents. The refrigerator door stood slightly ajar, yet maintained its internal temperature. All communication devices registered no outgoing activity for the previous 24-hour period. The thermostat was set to 72 degrees, but a noticeable chill pervaded the living room. The television was silent, though the remote was absent from its designated position. The calendar displayed today as Friday. The clocks had all stopped on Wednesday. I found myself standing in this room, documenting these details with the precision of someone who had learned to distrust their own perceptions. The chill wasn't something you'd notice immediately. It crept along the baseboards, settled in corners, made itself known through the way shadows seemed to hold their ground even when I moved toward them. The toaster bothered me most, not because it was unusual people forget things, leave appliances running, make small mistakes that accumulate into larger mysteries. What disturbed me was how perfectly it fit into a pattern I couldn't yet name. The lever was depressed, waiting. The coils had long since cooled, but the mechanism held its position with mechanical patience. I had been thinking about patterns for months before I entered this room, maybe longer. Memory becomes unreliable when you spend too much time examining it, turning each moment over like evidence in your palm. The weight changes, the significance shifts. It started, I think, with the way certain objects began appearing in places they shouldn't be. A coffee cup on the bathroom counter, a book open to a page I didn't remember reading, left on the kitchen table. Small displacements that could be explained by distraction, by the natural chaos of daily living, but they accumulated with a persistence that felt deliberate. I began keeping track, not officially, not in any way that would seem unusual to an outside observer. I simply started noticing. The coffee cup appeared 3 times in that same spot over the course of several weeks, always clean, always positioned at the same angle to the mirror. The book, a collection of essays about memory and perception, was open to different pages each time, but always to passages that discussed the unreliability of witness testimony. The refrigerator door had been ajar for 2 days. I knew this because I had noticed it each morning, made a mental note to check the seal, then somehow forgotten by evening. The oversight felt intentional, as if something in my mind was protecting me from addressing it directly. When I finally examined the door, I found nothing wrong with the mechanism. It closed perfectly when pushed, but it had chosen not to stay closed. The absence of the television remote created a particular kind of silence in the living room. Without the possibility of sound, the space took on a different quality. I found myself listening more carefully to the house itself, the way floorboards responded to temperature changes, the rhythm of the refrigerator's cycling, the almost imperceptible hum of electrical current moving through walls. This heightened attention revealed other patterns. The chill in the living room was strongest near the window, but not in the way you'd expect from poor insulation. It seemed to emanate from a specific point about 3 feet from the glass at roughly shoulder height. Standing there, I could feel the temperature drop by several degrees. Moving away, the sensation faded gradually, like walking out of a shadow. I began spending more time in that spot, not intentionally, but I would find myself standing there while thinking about other things. The view through the drawn blinds was limited to thin strips of the world outside, fragments of the neighbor's fence, a section of driveway, the corner of a mailbox. These partial glimpses became familiar in a way that complete views never do. You learn to fill in the spaces between the slats to construct a whole picture from insufficient information. The documents on the desk had been arranged with care, but not by me. I recognized the papers, utility bills, insurance correspondence, a letter from the bank about refinancing options. What I didn't recognize was the system behind their organization. They were sorted neither alphabetically nor chronologically, but according to some logic that felt significant without being apparent. I studied the arrangement for a long time, trying to understand what patterns someone else had seen in these mundane communications. The insurance letter was positioned at the center, surrounded by the other documents in a rough circle. Reading them in clockwise order created a narrative about financial obligation. about the cost of maintaining security in an uncertain world. But that interpretation felt forced, like finding faces in clouds. The real pattern might have been simpler or more complex or entirely accidental. The uncertainty was what stayed with me, the sense that meaning was present but just beyond my ability to decode it. The kitchen held the strongest evidence of intentional arrangement, not just the toaster, though that remained the most obvious anomaly, but smaller details that suggested someone had been present recently. The salt and pepper shakers had been moved slightly to the left of their usual position. A dish towel was folded differently than I would have folded it, creased in thirds rather than halves. These changes were subtle enough that I questioned my own memory. Had I moved the shakers while cleaning? Was I remembering the towel correctly? The doubt was more unsettling than certainty would have been. It suggested that either my environment was being altered by someone else, or my perception of that environment was becoming unreliable. Both possibilities led to the same practical conclusion. I could no longer trust the evidence of my immediate surroundings. The communication devices showed no outgoing activity, but this absence felt significant rather than reassuring. In a connected world, silence becomes its own form of communication. I found myself wondering who might have been expecting to hear from me, what conversations had been interrupted by this period of electronic quiet. The devices themselves seemed to be waiting. Phone screens dark but somehow expectant, computer monitors reflecting the room back at itself. I avoided turning them on, partly from a superstitious fear of what messages might be waiting, but mostly because their silence had become part of the room's atmosphere. Breaking it would have felt like disturbing evidence. I returned to the toaster repeatedly, drawn by its patient readiness. The lever could be lifted with gentle pressure, returning the mechanism to its normal position, but doing so felt like erasing something important, destroying the only clear sign that someone else had been present in this space. Instead, I left it engaged and tried to imagine the sequence of events that had led to its current state. Someone had pressed the lever down, expecting bread to be toasted. They had then left the room, perhaps distracted by something else, forgetting to complete the process. The toaster had waited, fulfilling its part of an interrupted routine. This scenario felt both plausible and insufficient. It explained the mechanical facts, but not the emotional weight the object had acquired. In the context of all the other small displacements, the toaster became less like a forgotten appliance and more like a message in a language I didn't speak. The chill in the living room grew stronger in the evening, not dramatically, but enough to make me conscious of temperature in a way that felt unnatural. I found myself putting on sweaters indoors, then taking them off when I moved to other rooms. The cold was localized, specific, almost personal. Standing in that cool spot near the window, I began to understand something about the nature of presence and absence. The chill suggested that something had been removed from that space, some source of warmth that was no longer there. But it also suggested that the removal was recent enough to leave traces, like the way a body leaves an impression in a mattress after rising. The stopped clocks created their own temporal environment. Without the constant reminder of passing time, the house existed in a kind of eternal present. Actions lost their urgency. Thoughts could extend and develop without the pressure of schedule or deadline. I found myself moving more slowly, considering each decision with unusual care. But this timelessness was also disorienting. Without external markers of duration, I lost track of how long I had been examining these details. Minutes could have been hours, hours could have been days. The investigation had taken on its own rhythm, independent of the world's expectations. The refrigerator door had closed itself by the time I checked again. Not suddenly, but gradually, as if the weight of its contents had finally overcome whatever force had been holding it open. The interior was exactly as I expected, familiar items in familiar positions. Yet the brief period of openness had changed something about the appliance's relationship to the room. It had revealed its contents to the empty air, participated in the general atmosphere of exposure and examination. I began to suspect that all these details were connected by something more than coincidence, not through any supernatural force, but through the kind of human intention that leaves subtle traces in its environment. Someone had been in this house, had touched these objects, had arranged them according to a purpose I couldn't yet understand. But the someone might have been me. The possibility grew stronger the more I considered it. Perhaps I had moved the salt shakers, folded the towel differently, left the toaster engaged during some moment of distraction I couldn't remember. Perhaps the patterns I was discovering were the product of my own unconscious actions, now forgotten and interpreted as evidence of external interference. This uncertainty became the investigation's central question. Was I documenting the traces of another person's presence, or was I discovering the extent to which my own behavior had become foreign to me? The drawn blinds filtered the outside world into manageable fragments. Through the narrow gaps, I could see portions of normal suburban life, a section of lawn, the corner of a parked car, part of a sidewalk where people occasionally walked past. These glimpses anchored the house to a larger reality, but they also emphasized how separate this interior space had become. I realized I had been avoiding opening the blinds completely, preserving the room's artificial twilight. Full daylight would have changed everything, made the small mysteries seem less significant, returned the space to ordinary domestic function. The dimness was necessary for the kind of attention I was paying, the way shadows are necessary for certain kinds of photography. The missing television remote had created an interesting problem. Without easy access to external noise, the house's natural sounds became more prominent. I began to hear things I had previously ignored: the subtle settling of the building's frame, the whisper of air moving through vents, the distant hum of traffic that provided a constant but barely audible backdrop to domestic silence. These sounds formed their own pattern, a rhythm that suggested the house was more alive than I had realized. Not in any mystical sense, but in the way that all inhabited spaces develop their own acoustic signature, their own way of breathing and responding to the world around them. I started to map these sounds to understand which ones were constant and which ones varied with conditions I couldn't identify. The refrigerator's cycling was predictable. The settling of floorboards followed patterns related to temperature and humidity. But there were other sounds, brief, irregular, impossible to locate precisely, that suggested movement in spaces I wasn't occupying. The documents on the desk began to seem less like random papers and more like pieces of a larger communication, not because their content was particularly significant, but because their arrangement implied a reader, someone who was meant to find meaning in their specific positioning. I was that reader now, though I couldn't be sure I was interpreting the message correctly. The insurance letter at the center discussed coverage for personal property in cases of theft or unexplained loss. The surrounding documents dealt with various forms of financial obligation and security. Together, they created a narrative about vulnerability, about the ways in which our material lives can be disrupted by forces beyond our control. But this reading might have been entirely projection on my part, a way of imposing meaning on coincidental arrangements. The real message, if there was one, might have been much simpler or much more complex than my interpretation suggested. I found myself returning to the kitchen repeatedly, drawn by the combination of the engaged toaster and the subtle displacement of familiar objects. This room felt like the center of whatever had happened here, the place where intention was most clearly visible in physical form. The dish towel's different fold continued to bother me. Such a small change, but it suggested a different set of hands, a different approach to the simple task of organizing a kitchen. I tried folding the towel in the way I usually did, then in the way I had found it. The difference was minimal but distinct, like comparing two people's handwriting. This comparison led me to examine other objects for similar traces of foreign handling. A coffee mug turned slightly away from its usual orientation. A kitchen knife positioned at a different angle in the dish drainer. Changes so small they might have been accidental, but collectively they suggested someone else's brief occupancy of this space. The chill in the living room had stabilized at a particular intensity, neither growing stronger nor fading away. It had become part of the room's permanent atmosphere, a feature as reliable as the furniture or the drawn blinds. Standing in that cool spot, I could feel the temperature difference clearly, but I had stopped wondering about its cause. It simply was like the stopped clocks or the missing remote. This acceptance felt like progress of a sort. Instead of trying to explain every anomaly, I was learning to exist within their collective mystery. The house had acquired a new logic, and I was adapting to its rules rather than trying to impose my own understanding upon it. The absence of outgoing communication had created a particular kind of isolation. Not loneliness exactly, but a sense of being temporarily disconnected from the networks of obligation and expectation that usually structured my days. Without the need to respond to messages or maintain social connections, I could focus entirely on the immediate environment and its subtle mysteries. This focus had become almost meditative. Each detail revealed layers of significance that weren't apparent during normal, hurried observation. The way light moved across surfaces throughout the day, the changing quality of sounds as the house warmed and cooled, the gradual accumulation of dust in places that were usually cleaned regularly. I began to understand that the investigation was changing me as much as I was investigating the changes around me. My attention had become more patient, more willing to sit with uncertainty. I was learning to observe without immediately categorizing, to notice without rushing to explain. The toaster remained engaged, its lever depressed, waiting for bread that would never come. I had grown fond of its mechanical patience, the way it continued to fulfill its part of an interrupted routine. There was something admirable about this persistence, this willingness to hold a position indefinitely. Sometimes I would stand near it and imagine completing the process it was prepared for. Inserting bread, waiting for the heating elements to do their work, retrieving the finished product. But the fantasy always stopped there, because I couldn't imagine who would eat the toast once it was made. The kitchen felt like a stage set, equipped for domestic life, but somehow empty of the people who would give that equipment meaning. The refrigerator door had remained properly closed since that first day, but I continued to check it regularly. Not because I expected it to be open again, but because the checking had become part of my routine, part of the way I confirmed that the house's strange equilibrium was maintaining itself. Each time I found the door properly sealed, I felt a mixture of relief and disappointment. Relief that the appliance was functioning normally, disappointment that the mystery had become slightly less mysterious. I was beginning to understand that I didn't want these anomalies to be explained away. They had become too important to my daily experience of the space. The patterns I had been tracking were starting to repeat themselves, but with variations that suggested an underlying system I couldn't quite grasp. Objects would return to their displaced positions, then shift again in slightly different ways. The salt and pepper shakers moved in small increments across the counter, never returning to their original spots but never settling permanently in any new location. This gradual migration felt purposeful, as if the objects were being used to communicate something through their changing positions. But the message, if there was one, remained encoded in a language of spatial relationships I couldn't read fluently. I started making small marks on paper to track these movements, creating a crude map of how things changed over time. The resulting diagrams looked like dance notations or astronomical charts, patterns of movement that suggested meaning without revealing it clearly. The drawn blinds had become essential to the room's atmosphere, but occasionally I would peek through them to glimpse the world outside. These brief views felt like looking through a telescope at a distant planet. The normal suburban landscape seemed foreign now, too bright and chaotic compared to the carefully controlled environment I had been inhabiting. The people I saw walking past moved with purposes I could no longer easily imagine. Their quick strides and focused expressions belonged to a different temporal system, one governed by schedules and external demands rather than the patient observation of small mysteries. I realized I had lost track of how long I had been conducting this investigation. The stopped clocks made it impossible to measure duration in conventional terms, and my focus on immediate details had erased the larger rhythms that usually structured time. Days might have passed, or weeks, or perhaps only hours stretched thin by unusual attention. This temporal displacement didn't feel problematic. If anything, it felt like a luxury, a chance to exist outside the constant pressure of measured time. Without deadlines or appointments, I could give each observation the consideration it deserved. The communication devices continued their electronic silence, but I had stopped thinking of this as an absence. Instead, it felt like a different kind of communication, a way of saying something through the deliberate choice not to say anything at all. The quiet had become expressive, meaningful in its completeness. I began to suspect that the entire situation was a form of communication, a message constructed not from words, but from the careful arrangement of objects and conditions. Someone was trying to tell me something through the language of displaced items and altered routines, and I was slowly learning to read this spatial syntax. But the someone might still have been me, communicating with myself across a gap in memory or consciousness I couldn't bridge directly. The possibility that I was both the author and the audience of this mysterious arrangement became more plausible the longer I considered it. The chill in the living room had taught me something about the persistence of absence. Even when something is no longer present, it can leave traces that continue to affect the environment. The cool spot near the window felt like evidence of a presence that had been removed but not completely erased. Standing there, I could almost sense the shape of what was missing, not visually, but through the way the temperature changed around an invisible form. It was like discovering the shadow cast by something that could no longer be seen directly. This sensation became addictive. I found myself returning to that spot repeatedly, trying to understand what kind of presence could leave such a specific absence. The chill was too localized to be explained by drafts or poor insulation. It felt personal, intentional, like a signature written in thermal differences. The engaged toaster had become the investigation's central symbol, the clearest evidence that someone had begun a process they hadn't finished. But I was beginning to understand that the entire house existed in a similar state of suspension, caught between completion and abandonment. Every room contained traces of interrupted activities, small signs that normal domestic life had been paused rather than concluded. A book left open to a specific page. A coffee cup positioned as if someone had just stepped away and would return momentarily. A light switch in a position that seemed temporary, transitional. These details suggested that whatever had happened here had happened quickly, without time for the usual preparations people make when leaving a space permanently. Or perhaps it had happened so gradually that each step felt temporary, reversible, until the accumulation of small changes created an entirely new situation. I realized that my own presence in the house was becoming part of this same pattern. I was leaving my own traces, adding my own layer of interrupted activities to the existing collection. The investigation itself was changing the evidence I was trying to preserve and understand. This recursive quality gave the entire experience a dreamlike logic. I was simultaneously the detective and the perpetrator, the observer and the observed, the reader and the text being read. The boundaries between investigating and inhabiting had dissolved completely. The documents on the desk had been rearranged again, subtly but definitely. The insurance letter remained at the center, but the surrounding papers had shifted positions in ways that created new relationships between their contents. The narrative they told together had changed, though I couldn't articulate exactly how. This ongoing rearrangement confirmed that the house was still active, still in the process of communicating whatever message it was trying to convey. I wasn't examining a static crime scene, but participating in an ongoing event, a slow-motion communication that was still unfolding. The realization was both exciting and unsettling. It meant that my observations were having an effect, that my presence was influencing the very phenomena I was trying to understand objectively. The investigation had become a conversation, though I still couldn't identify my conversation partner with certainty. The kitchen continued to feel like the most active space, the place where changes were most frequent and most clearly intentional. Objects moved in small increments, positions shifted with a regularity that suggested systematic purpose rather than random disturbance. I began timing these changes, using my own internal sense of duration since the stopped clocks provided no external reference. The salt and pepper shakers moved approximately every few hours. The dish towel was refolded every day or so. The toaster remained constant, its lever still depressed, still waiting. This rhythm felt important, like discovering the heartbeat of whatever intelligence was guiding these alterations. The changes weren't random or chaotic, but followed a pattern that suggested patience, deliberation, careful attention to effect and meaning. The missing television remote had created a particular kind of silence that I had grown to appreciate. Without the easy option of electronic noise, the house's natural acoustics became more prominent and more interesting. I could hear layers of sound that were usually masked by artificial audio. The building itself was more vocal than I had realized. It creaked and settled with a complex rhythm that varied with temperature, humidity, and other environmental factors I couldn't identify. These sounds created a kind of architectural music, a composition performed by the structure itself. Listening carefully to this natural soundtrack, I began to detect patterns that might have been significant. Certain sounds occurred more frequently during specific periods, suggesting that the house's acoustic behavior was influenced by factors beyond simple thermal expansion and contraction. The drawn blinds had become so essential to the room's atmosphere that I couldn't imagine opening them completely. The filtered light created exactly the right conditions for the kind of careful observation I was conducting. Full daylight would have been too harsh, too revealing of ordinary explanations for extraordinary phenomena. Through the narrow gaps between the slats, I could see fragments of the outside world continuing its normal routines. People walked past occasionally, cars moved along the street, the neighbors' activities created distant sounds that reminded me of the larger context surrounding this isolated investigation. But these glimpses of normalcy felt increasingly foreign, like looking at a world I had once inhabited but could no longer fully understand. The logic of schedules and social obligations seemed arbitrary compared to the patient unfolding of mysteries within this controlled environment. I had begun to think of the house as a kind of laboratory, a space where the normal rules of cause and effect were suspended in favor of more subtle forms of communication. Objects moved according to intentions rather than physical forces. Temperatures shifted in response to presence and absence rather than heating systems. This alternative physics felt more real than the conventional explanations I might once have accepted. The engaged toaster wasn't simply a forgotten appliance, but a deliberate statement about interrupted processes and patient waiting. The chill in the living room wasn't a draft, but a memorial to something that had been present and was now absent. The communication devices maintained their silence, but I had stopped interpreting this as a lack of activity. Instead, their quiet felt like a form of electronic meditation, a way of creating space for other kinds of communication to become audible. Without the constant buzz of digital connectivity, more subtle signals could emerge. I began to understand that the entire situation was teaching me a different way of paying attention, a more patient and receptive form of observation than I had practiced before. Instead of rushing to explain and categorize, I was learning to sit with mystery, to let meaning emerge gradually from careful attention to detail. This educational aspect of the experience felt intentional, as if someone had designed these circumstances specifically to encourage this kind of learning. But whether that someone was another person or some previously unknown aspect of myself remained unclear. The investigation had become its own form of meditation, a practice of sustained attention that was changing my relationship to the immediate environment. I was discovering layers of significance in objects and spaces that I had previously taken for granted, learning to read the subtle language of spatial relationships and temporal patterns. The house itself seemed to be responding to this increased attention, revealing more of its secrets as I became more capable of perceiving them. Or perhaps I was simply becoming more skilled at recognizing patterns that had always been present but had remained invisible to less patient observation. The toaster's mechanical patience had become a model for my own approach to understanding. Like the appliance, I was learning to maintain readiness without demanding immediate completion, to hold position while waiting for the next phase of an interrupted process to reveal itself. Standing in the kitchen, looking at the engaged lever and empty slots, I felt a kinship with this simple machine. We were both waiting for something to happen, both maintaining our positions in anticipation of a completion that might never come. But the waiting itself had become meaningful, a form of faithfulness to processes larger than our individual understanding. The refrigerator door had remained properly closed, but I continued to monitor it as part of my daily routine of observation. Each time I confirmed its sealed position, I felt I was participating in the house's ongoing stability, helping to maintain the delicate equilibrium that allowed these subtle mysteries to persist. The documents on the desk continued their slow rearrangement, telling slightly different stories with each new configuration. I had stopped trying to decode their specific message and instead began to appreciate the fact of their movement itself, the way they demonstrated that the space remained active and intentional. This shift from interpretation to appreciation felt like an important development in my understanding. Instead of treating the phenomena as puzzles to be solved, I was learning to experience them as ongoing communications, conversations that didn't require immediate resolution to be meaningful. The chill in the living room had become a familiar companion, a reliable feature of the space that I could visit whenever I needed to be reminded of the mystery's persistence. Standing in that cool spot, I felt connected to whatever presence or absence had created the thermal anomaly. The sensation was becoming less strange and more comforting over time. The chill felt like evidence that I wasn't alone in this investigation, that something or someone was sharing the space with me, even if they remained invisible to direct observation. The stopped clocks had created their own temporal environment, a space where duration was measured by attention rather than mechanical intervals. This alternative time system felt more natural than the artificial precision of scheduled hours, more responsive to the actual rhythms of observation and discovery. I realized I had lost all sense of external time, but this didn't feel like a loss. Instead, it felt like a liberation story 8. It was the soft thud of paper hitting the ground, the kind of sound you might dismiss altogether, but it held a weight that didn't fit the room. I stood by the window, the curtains barely stirring as if holding their breath. It came from the corner where an old rug lay, slightly askew, curling at the edges. My fingers twitched, itching to peel back the fabric to unveil what lay beneath. That sound shouldn't have belonged here, but I knew it from another time, another place. A place where doors never stayed shut and secrets refused to settle. The thud came again, heavier this time, echoing with an urgency that pulled me closer. I hadn't felt this kind of unease since everything changed, but the shift was undeniable. The room smelled of dust and something else, something metallic and faint, like coins left too long in a pocket. I knelt beside the rug, my knees pressing against the hardwood floor. The sound had stopped, but the silence felt pregnant with possibility. When I lifted the corner, there was nothing but more floor, darker wood that had been protected from the sun's bleaching touch. But the papers were there, scattered beneath the windowsill as if they had fallen from somewhere impossible. The window was closed, had been closed since I arrived. I gathered them carefully, noting how the edges were crisp, recent, not the yellowed documents I might have expected in a room that felt forgotten. The first page contained handwriting I recognized but couldn't place. Cursive letters that looped with familiar precision, forming words that made my chest tighten. A confession, perhaps, or a letter never sent. The ink was black, still sharp against the white paper, and as I read, the room seemed to grow smaller around me. I saw what you did that night, the way you stood over the bed, so still, so certain. I thought about calling out, but something held my voice captive. Maybe it was fear, maybe it was understanding. My hands trembled as I turned to the second page. The handwriting changed, became more hurried, desperate. Different pen, different pressure against the paper. You have to believe me, I never meant for it to happen this way. The door was supposed to be locked. The room was supposed to be empty. But there you were, watching, and I couldn't stop what had already begun. I sat back on my heels, the papers clutched against my chest. The metallic smell grew stronger, and I noticed how the light from the window cast strange shadows across the walls. Shapes that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. The third page was different entirely. Typewritten, the letters slightly uneven as if produced by an old machine. The kind that required force, intention behind every strike. The investigation will conclude what it needs to conclude. Truth is a luxury we cannot afford. The family deserves peace, even if that peace is built on carefully constructed lies. Some doors should remain closed. I stood, my legs unsteady. The room felt different now, as if the papers had shifted something fundamental about the space. The rug lay flat again, but I could swear it had been disturbed differently before. The pattern seemed wrong, the colors too vibrant for something that should have been faded. Walking to the window, I pressed my palm against the glass. It was warm despite the coolness of the day. Below, the yard stretched empty and overgrown, weeds pushing through what had once been careful landscaping. A swing set stood rusted and still, its chains hanging like abandoned thoughts. The fourth paper had been folded multiple times, creased until the words were almost illegible. When I smoothed it out, I recognized my own handwriting, but I had no memory of writing these words. I keep coming back to this room. Something draws me here, something I can't name or understand. The others think I'm processing grief, working through trauma, but they don't see what I see. They don't hear the sounds that wake me, the whispers that follow me through the house. My breath fogged the window as I leaned closer to the glass. Had I written that, the letters looked like mine, the way I formed my letters when I was tired or distressed. But the content felt foreign, like reading someone else's diary. The sound came again, not the thud of paper this time, but something softer, like fabric brushing against wood. I turned slowly, scanning the room for movement. The curtains hung motionless. The rug remained undisturbed, but in the corner where shadows gathered thickest, something had changed. A coat hung on a hook I hadn't noticed before. Dark wool, expensive looking, with buttons that caught what little light filtered through the window. It swayed almost imperceptibly, as if someone had just brushed past it. I approached carefully, my bare feet silent on the wooden floor. The coat smelled of cologne and cigarettes, scents that triggered a memory I couldn't quite grasp. Something about a conversation in a hallway, voices kept deliberately low, words chosen with surgical precision. The pockets were empty except for a receipt. The paper was thin, thermal printed, the kind that fades with time, but this one was still clear, still readable. A purchase made at a pharmacy. Sleeping pills, the strong kind that required a prescription. My heart began to beat faster, a rhythm that seemed too loud in the quiet room. I folded the receipt carefully and slipped it into my own pocket, though I wasn't sure why. Evidence, perhaps, or just another piece of a puzzle I wasn't sure I wanted to solve. The fifth paper lay on the floor near the door, as if it had been dropped by someone leaving in haste. This one was torn, ragged edges suggesting it had been ripped from a larger document. The words were fragmented, incomplete. You can't let them find out about the insurance policy. Too much money, too convenient. They'll ask questions we can't answer, make connections we can't afford. I sank into the room's only chair, an old wingback that creaked under my weight. The leather was cracked, worn smooth by countless hours of occupation. As I settled into it, I caught another scent, perfume, faint but unmistakable, the same fragrance that had lingered in the hospital room, clinging to flowers that arrived without cards. The pieces were beginning to form a picture, but it was like looking at a reflection in broken glass. Each fragment showed something different, something that contradicted what I thought I knew. I remembered the funeral, the way mourners had clustered in small groups, their voices carrying fragments of conversation that stopped abruptly when I approached. The way certain people avoided my eyes, their condolences offered with practiced sympathy that felt rehearsed. And I remembered the detective, how he had asked the same questions multiple times, phrasing them differently each time as if testing the consistency of my responses. How he had watched my face when he mentioned the locked door, the missing key, the convenient timing of my absence. The sixth paper was the most disturbing, not because of what it said, but because of what it implied. A single sentence, written in block letters as if disguising the handwriting. She knew too much. I stared at those words until they seemed to swim on the page. The room grew colder, or perhaps it was just my imagination. The coat in the corner swayed again, and I wondered if there was a draft I hadn't noticed before. But there were no vents in this room, no other doors or windows, just the single window I had been standing beside, sealed tight against the outside world. I thought about the woman who had lived here, how she had seemed so vibrant, so full of plans and dreams, how she had trusted the wrong people, believed in promises that were never meant to be kept, how she had died alone in this very room while those who claimed to love her were conveniently elsewhere. The seventh paper was a photocopy of a bank statement, numbers that told a story of desperation, of mounting debts and dwindling resources, but also of a recent deposit, a substantial sum that had appeared just before everything changed. I folded it carefully and added it to my growing collection. Each piece of paper felt like a weight in my pocket, evidence of something I wasn't sure I had the courage to pursue. The room seemed smaller now, the walls pressing closer with each revelation. I could hear my own breathing, shallow and rapid, mixing with the subtle sounds of the house settling around me. Somewhere in the distance, a door creaked on its hinges. I thought about leaving, about gathering the papers and walking away from whatever truth they contained. But something held me there, some compulsion I couldn't name or resist. The eighth paper was different from the others. Older, yellowed at the edges, written in a shaking hand that spoke of illness or fear. The words were barely legible, faded ink on aging paper. I should have spoken up when I had the chance, should have trusted my instincts instead of their explanations. Now it's too late for truth, too late for justice. All I can do is leave these words and hope someone finds them, someone who will ask the right questions. My hands were shaking as I set the paper aside. The implications were becoming clearer, the pattern more distinct. This wasn't just about one death, one convenient tragedy. This was about a systematic silencing, a careful orchestration of events designed to protect the guilty and abandon the innocent. I stood and walked to the window again, needing the connection to the outside world. The yard below looked different in the changing light, shadows shifting to reveal details I hadn't noticed before. A garden that had been recently disturbed, soil that looked darker in patches, as if something had been buried and then covered over. The ninth paper was a list: names, dates, amounts of money, a ledger of sorts, tracking payments and services rendered. Some of the names I recognized from the funeral, faces that had offered comfort while hiding complicity. At the bottom of the list, in different ink, someone had written a single word: finished. I checked my pockets, counting the papers I had collected. 9 pieces of evidence, 9 fragments of a story that painted a picture I didn't want to see. But the truth was there, undeniable in its accumulation of detail. The coat in the corner moved again, more noticeably this time. As I watched, transfixed, it seemed to fill out as if someone were wearing it. The shoulders broadened, the sleeves extended, and for just a moment I could swear I saw the outline of a figure beneath the fabric. But when I blinked, it was just a coat again. Empty, lifeless, hanging on its hook like an abandoned thought. I gathered the papers and folded them carefully, creating a neat stack that fit easily in my jacket pocket. The weight of them felt significant, like carrying the accumulated guilt of everyone who had contributed to this tragedy. As I moved toward the door, I caught sight of something I had missed before. A 10th paper wedged beneath the baseboard where it met the wall. This one was different from the others, newer and more official looking. It was a death certificate, but not the one that had been filed with the authorities. This one told a different story, listed a different cause of death, implied a different sequence of events entirely. I stared at the signature at the bottom, recognizing the name of a doctor who had been present at the funeral, who had offered his condolences with tears in his eyes, who had spoken eloquently about the tragedy of a life cut short. The same doctor who had signed the official certificate that closed the case. My legs felt weak as I sank back into the chair. The room spun slightly, or perhaps it was just the weight of understanding finally settling on my shoulders. I had been looking for truth, but truth was a luxury I might not be able to afford. Because the more I learned, the more I realized that I wasn't just an observer in the story. I was a participant, whether I remembered it or not. The gaps in my memory, the missing hours from that night, the way people looked at me when they thought I wasn't watching. I pulled out my phone and stared at the blank screen, wondering who I could trust with what I had discovered. But every name that came to mind was connected somehow to the papers in my pocket, implicated in the web of lies that had been carefully constructed around the truth. The room was growing dark, shadows lengthening as the sun moved across the sky outside. I should leave, should take what I had learned and find someone who could act on it. But something held me there, some sense that the story wasn't finished yet. As I sat in the gathering darkness, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside, slow, deliberate steps that paused just outside the door. The handle turned slowly, and I held my breath, waiting to see who would enter. But the door didn't open. The footsteps continued down the hall, fading into the distance like an echo of something that might have been. I realized then that I might never know the complete truth, that some secrets were buried too deep, protected by too many people who had too much to lose. The papers in my pocket were evidence, but evidence of what exactly, and who would believe them given the source. The room held its silence like a held breath, waiting for me to make a choice. I could walk away, pretend I had never found the papers, never heard the sounds, never felt the weight of understanding settling on my shoulders. Or I could carry this burden forward, knowing that the truth was a dangerous thing in the wrong hands. That justice was a luxury that some people couldn't afford, and that sometimes the living had to be protected from the demands of the dead. I stood slowly, my decision made. The papers would come with me, but what I did with them remained to be seen. The truth was rarely simple, and justice was often more complicated than it appeared. As I reached for the door handle, I heard the sound again, the soft thud of paper hitting the ground. I turned back, but the room was empty, the floor clear of everything except dust and shadows. Perhaps some sounds exist only in memory. Perhaps some truths are too dangerous to be spoken aloud. Perhaps some doors should remain closed, no matter how much we want to see what lies behind them. I left the room as I had found it, but I carried its secrets with me into the growing darkness outside. Story 9. It smelled like freshly cut grass, sharp and lush, though the nearest patch was miles away. The living room's stillness amplified the scent as it coiled around me, tugging at something elusive in my mind. I wandered to the window, expecting a failure in the seal, perhaps a stray breeze carrying scents from another time. But no draft whispered through the cracks. The air was undisturbed. My eyes fell on a book, worn and forgotten, as if its pages had once been steeped in sweet greenery. The familiarity of it felt like the touch of a cold hand, lingering too long to be dismissed. I hadn't smelled that since the day everything changed. The book's spine bore no title, just faded blue cloth that had once been navy. I'd seen it before, resting on different shelves in different rooms, always seeming to migrate when I wasn't looking. The cover felt soft under my fingertips, like skin that had been touched too often. Inside, the pages were filled with handwriting that wasn't mine, though the ink seemed fresh despite the yellowed paper. The words spoke of ordinary things: grocery lists, appointment reminders, fragments of conversations. Yet reading them made my chest tighten with a recognition I couldn't place. The coffee table held an ashtray I didn't remember buying, crystal, heavy in my palm with 3 neat grooves along the rim. No cigarette burns marked its surface, no ash had ever sullied its clarity. It caught the afternoon light and threw rainbows against the wall, small prisons of color that danced when I breathed too hard. I'd never smoked, never allowed smoking in my home, yet the ashtray felt as essential as the furniture, as permanent as the walls themselves. A photograph sat face down beside it. The frame was silver, tarnished at the edges where fingers had gripped it repeatedly. I didn't turn it over immediately. Something in me resisted, the way you might hesitate before opening a door to a room you'd forgotten existed. When I finally lifted it, the glass reflected my own face back at me, distorted by the angle. But underneath, I caught a glimpse of 2 figures standing in tall grass, their faces obscured by shadow and distance. The carpet beneath my feet was beige, practical, chosen for its ability to hide stains. But in one corner near the bookshelf, the fibers seemed different, newer, as if a section had been replaced. The color matched perfectly, yet the texture told a different story. My fingers found the boundary where old Met knew, a seam invisible to the eye but obvious to touch. I wondered what had happened there, what had required such careful repair. The curtains hung motionless, heavy fabric that blocked most of the outside world. They were drawn now, though I didn't remember closing them. The pattern was roses, faded pink against cream, the kind of design that belonged in another decade. Behind them, I knew, lay the window that faced the back garden. I hadn't looked out there in weeks, maybe months. The thought of drawing them back filled me with an inexplicable dread. A music box sat on the mantelpiece, its lid slightly ajar. The ballerina inside was frozen mid-spin, her pink tutu chipped and her face worn smooth by time. I'd wound it once years ago, and the melody it played had been hauntingly familiar, something about love lost, about promises broken. Now it remained silent, though sometimes in the deep of night I thought I heard its tinkling tune drifting through the walls. The telephone on the side table hadn't rung in days. Its black surface was dusty, the receiver heavy when I lifted it to check for a dial tone. The sound was there, steady and reassuring, proof that the outside world still existed beyond these walls. Yet I couldn't remember the last time I'd used it to call anyone or anyone had called me. The phone book beside it was open to a page of funeral homes, though I had no memory of looking up such services. A throw pillow had fallen to the floor, its embroidered surface facing up. The design was intricate, a garden scene with a small house nestled among trees. The threads were silk, expensive, the kind of craftsmanship that spoke of careful hands and patient hours. But one corner was coming undone, loose threads creating a small chaos in the ordered pattern. I picked it up, feeling the weight of it, the way it seemed to hold more than just stuffing and fabric. The light switch by the door had been painted over so many times that its edges were soft, rounded by layers of latex and time. My fingerprints had worn smooth patches in the paint, evidence of countless entries and exits from this room. But there were other marks too, scratches that looked deliberate, as if someone had tried to carve something into the metal plate beneath. The scratches formed no recognizable pattern, yet they seemed urgent somehow, desperate. A glass of water sat on the windowsill, half empty or half full depending on your perspective. The water was clear, but tiny bubbles clung to the sides, suggesting it had been there longer than it appeared. I didn't remember putting it there, didn't remember drinking from it, yet the lip marks on the rim matched the shape of my mouth, the particular way I tilted glasses when I drank. The water tasted flat when I sipped it, devoid of the minerals that gave tap water its character. The floorboards creaked in specific places, a map of weak spots I'd learned to navigate unconsciously. But today the sounds seemed different, as if the house itself was settling into a new configuration. Near the hallway entrance, one board was darker than the others, stained by something that had soaked deep into the wood. I'd always assumed it was water damage, but water didn't usually leave such precise boundaries. A candle burned on the coffee table, though I didn't remember lighting it. The flame was steady, untroubled by any draft, and the wax had formed a perfect pool around the wick. The scent was vanilla, sweet and cloying in the still air, but underneath it I caught that grass smell again, stronger now, as if the candle's heat was drawing it from some hidden source. The combination made my stomach turn, a Pavlovian response to a memory I couldn't quite grasp. The remote control for the television was warm in my hand, as if it had been recently used. Yet the TV screen was black, unplugged, and had been for weeks. I disconnected it after the news had become too much to bear, too full of stories that hit too close to home. The buttons on the remote were worn smooth, the numbers faded from use. Channel 7 was particularly worn, as if it had been pressed more often than the others. A letter opener lay on the desk, its handle mother of pearl, its blade sharp enough to slice paper cleanly. I'd used it recently, though I received little mail these days. Bills mostly, and the occasional circular advertising services I didn't need. But there was something else, an envelope I'd opened with trembling hands, its contents now filed away in a drawer I'd promised myself I wouldn't open again. The mirror above the mantel reflected the room back at me, but the image seemed wrong somehow. The angles were correct, the furniture in its proper place, yet something felt displaced. I moved closer, studying my own reflection, noting how the light caught the lines around my eyes, the way my mouth had developed a permanent downturn. Behind me in the mirror's version of the room, I thought I saw movement, a shadow that didn't correspond to anything real. The doorknob to the hall was brass, polished to a warm glow by years of handling. It turned easily under my palm, well-oiled hinges allowing the door to swing open without sound. Beyond lay the hallway, dim and narrow, leading to rooms I'd been avoiding. The runner carpet was burgundy with a gold pattern, expensive once, but now showing where in the center where feet had traveled the same path countless times. A coat hung on the hook beside the door, though the weather hadn't required outerwear in weeks. The fabric was wool dark blue with buttons that caught the light. The pocket sagged slightly, heavy with objects I hadn't emptied. My hand found them automatically keys to doors I no longer opened, coins that had gone green with age, and something else, small and hard, that I couldn't identify by touch alone. The thermostat on the wall read 72 degrees, yet the air felt much colder. I adjusted it upward, hearing the furnace kick in somewhere in the basement. The sound was comforting, mechanical, and predictable, unlike so many other things in this house that seemed to operate by their own mysterious logic. Warm air began to flow from the vents, carrying with it the scent of dust and something else, something organic and earthy that reminded me of turned soil. A tissue box sat empty on the side table, its opening gaping like a mouth. I'd used the last tissue days ago, during a crying spell I couldn't fully explain. The tears had come suddenly, triggered by something I'd seen or heard or remembered. Now the empty box seemed accusatory, evidence of weakness I preferred to forget. I should have thrown it away, replaced it with a full one, but somehow I couldn't bring myself to disturb it. The clock on the wall had stopped, its hands frozen at 3:10. I couldn't remember if that was morning or afternoon, couldn't recall when I'd last noticed it working. Time had become fluid in this house, marked not by mechanical precision, but by the rhythm of my own thoughts, the cycle of sleep and waking, the progression of light across the walls. The silence where ticking should have been was profound. A pen lay on the carpet, black ink, the kind used for important documents. Its cap was missing, and a small stain marked the beige fibers where it had laked. I picked it up, testing its weight, wondering how it had come to rest so far from any writing surface. The ink flowed smoothly when I tested it on my palm, leaving a dark line across my lifeline. The mark seemed significant, though I couldn't say why. The final detail that caught my attention was the dust motes dancing in the shaft of light that had somehow found its way through the heavy curtains. They moved in patterns that seemed almost choreographed, rising and falling with currents I couldn't feel. Each particle was a tiny world, carrying its own history: skin cells, fabric fibers, pollen from flowers that bloomed in gardens I might never see again. They settled on surfaces indiscriminately, coating truth and lies with the same fine layer of time's passage. Story 10. It was a routine I never thought to question, a faint click in the night, the doorknob down the hall turning once, then back again. It happened every evening, always at the same hour. It sounded almost comforting in its predictability. But lately things have shifted, barely noticeable, except to someone like me who finds solace in patterns. Last Tuesday the click came early, a faint echo before the expected time. Yesterday it repeated twice, then a pause too long, too still. Tonight I heard it again, but something else followed, a hesitation, as if someone decided not to enter. I can't quite place it, but I know something is different. The sound lives in my chest now, click, click, like a heartbeat that skips. I keep trying to remember when it started, this ritual of listening, but the beginning feels wrapped in cotton. Was I always this alert to the sounds in the house? The floorboards that creak in sequence, the way the pipes settle after the water stops running, the particular sigh the walls make when the temperature drops. I think I used to sleep through everything. There's a photograph somewhere tucked between pages of a book I can't name. In it, someone is smiling. The edges are worn from handling, but I can't recall ever holding it. The smile looks familiar, the way a melody does when you can't place the song. Sometimes I think the photograph is important. Other times I wonder if I imagined it entirely. The hallway stretches longer at night. During the day, it's maybe 10 steps from my room to the other door, but in darkness it becomes something else. The carpet runner has a pattern, small flowers, I think, or maybe leaves. My feet know every thread, every place where it's worn thin. I've walked this path so many times, though I can't remember why I started. The click turned back. The sound came again, but this time I was ready. I held my breath and counted, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. The pause stretched longer than usual, then footsteps, soft and deliberate, moving away from the door instead of through it. I used to think I lived alone. That's not right. I know there's someone else here. Has to be. The refrigerator holds more food than one person needs. 2 coffee cups sit by the sink, though I only remember washing one. There are books on the shelf that aren't mine, stories about places I've never been, written in a handwriting that looks almost familiar in the margins. But when I try to picture who else might be here, the image slides away like water. "Did you hear that?" I said once to the empty kitchen. The words felt strange in my mouth, like I was continuing a conversation that had been interrupted. But there was no response, just the hum of the refrigerator and the tick of the clock that hangs above the window. The window, something about the window bothers me. The curtains are always drawn, heavy fabric that blocks out most of the light. I must have closed them, but I can't remember doing it. When I try to push them aside, my hand stops halfway, as if my body knows something my mind has forgotten. What am I afraid to see? The doorknob is brass, old-fashioned, the kind that gets warm when you hold it too long. Sometimes I find myself standing in front of that door, my hand raised but not touching. The wood is painted white, or maybe it was white once. Now it's more of a cream color, with small chips near the bottom where something might have scraped against it. I think I used to go through that door regularly. The motion feels natural, like muscle memory, but when I actually reach for the handle, something stops me. Not fear exactly, more like forgetting why I came. Click, turn back. There it is again, but tonight the sound is different, softer, more careful, as if whoever is turning that handle doesn't want to be heard, but that doesn't make sense. If they didn't want to be heard, why make any sound at all? Unless they want me to know they're there. I found a key in my pocket yesterday, small, silver, with a number etched into the metal that I couldn't quite read. It felt important, the way certain objects do, weighted with significance I couldn't name. But when I tried to think of what it might open, my mind went blank. Every lock in the house uses the same keys I've always had, hanging on their familiar hook by the front door. So where did this one come from? The mirror in the bathroom shows someone who looks tired, dark circles under eyes that seem too wide, too alert, hair that needs cutting, clothes that hang loose like they were bought for someone else. I splash water on my face and the person in the reflection does the same, but there's a delay, just a fraction of a second, like a movie that's out of sync. You're imagining things, I tell the mirror, but the voice that comes out doesn't sound like mine. It's too quiet, too uncertain. When did I start whispering to myself? The house settles around me like an old coat, every room familiar, every corner known, but somehow foreign. The living room with its worn furniture, the kitchen with its mismatched dishes, the bedroom where I sleep but never feel rested. And that other room, the one down the hall, the one with the brass doorknob that turns but never opens. I think someone used to live in that room. The thought comes suddenly, fully formed, like remembering something I'd temporarily forgotten. Of course, that's why there are 2 coffee cups, why the refrigerator stays full, why the house feels too big and too quiet at the same time. Someone was here and now they're not. But where did they go? Click, turn back. The sound pulls me from sleep if I was sleeping. Sometimes I can't tell the difference anymore. The darkness is the same whether my eyes are open or closed, and the sounds of the house continue regardless. I lie still and listen, counting the familiar symphony. The click of the doorknob, the pause, the soft footsteps moving away. But tonight there's something new. a whisper so faint I might be imagining it, words I can't quite catch, spoken in a voice that sounds like an echo of an echo. I sit up, my heart beating too fast. The hallway stretches before me, lit by the pale glow that seeps under doors and around corners. I know I should stay in bed, pull the covers over my head, pretend I heard nothing. But my feet are already touching the cold floor. The carpet runner guides me forward, 10 steps, maybe 12. The brass doorknob gleams in the dim light, and for a moment I think I see it moving, turning slowly in one direction, then back. But when I blink, it's still. I reach out my hand. The metal is warm, as if someone else has been touching it. My fingers close around the familiar shape, and I turn, expecting resistance. But the knob moves easily, smoothly, and the door swings open without a sound. The room beyond is empty. Not empty like abandoned, but empty like it's been waiting. A bed with covers pulled tight, a dresser with nothing on top, a window with curtains drawn. The air smells like dust and something else, something sweet and fading, like flowers left too long in water. I step inside and the floorboards don't creak. My footsteps make no sound, as if the room is absorbing everything I bring into it. On the dresser, there should be something. A brush, maybe, or a glass of water, or that photograph with the worn edges and the familiar smile. But there's nothing. Hello, I whisper, though I don't know why. The word hangs in the air for a moment, then disappears. I turn to leave, and the door is closed. That's not possible. I left it open, I'm sure of it. But the white painted wood stands solid and unmoving, and when I reach for the brass handle, my hand passes through empty air. There is no door. I'm standing in my own bedroom, next to my own bed, in the same clothes I went to sleep in. The hallway stretches beyond my doorway, lit by the same pale glow, and somewhere in the distance I hear it. Click, turn back. But now I know the truth that's been hiding in the spaces between sounds, in the pauses between heartbeats. The doorknob that turns is not down the hall. It's right here in my hand, turning again and again as I try to open a door that's no longer there, searching for someone who never left because they were never really gone. Click, turn back. The sound is my own breathing, my own pulse, my own desperate fingers working a handle that opens onto nothing but the growing certainty that some patterns, once begun, can never be broken. And in the morning I'll forget again, and the routine will start over, comforting in its predictability until the next shift, the next hesitation, the next moment when I almost remember what I've spent so long trying to forget. Click.